All right, I think we're live. But let me verify. All right, that works. And let's try YouTube. All right, sweet. Both are working. All right, it begins. We're starting a new project. The first actual game in the game engine. So that's exciting. Let me remove these messages real quick. All right. So we need to delete all this template stuff as well. Delete that, delete the scene. Main, delete the scene. Font, draw, window time. I actually need to put something in here. Sprites. Let's just steal a sprite real quick. Wow, that took a long time to compile. Why did it take so long? Oh, I'm running GCC, that's why, of course. All right. There it is, blank project. Let's change the background though. You know what? I have an idea. Let's do black for now. Then we'll get some basic sky rendering in a second. But first, I need to make the Git repository for this. Let's just make sure everything looks good though. Git ignore, output. Yeah, that looks fine. Configs. Left tab. All right, looks good. All right, let's just make sure this works on Linux. All right, sweet. Wow, look at that frame rate on Linux. That's crazy. That's with OpenGL as well. Hi, how's it going? Now we just need to do Mac as well. Yeah, OpenGL's not quite as fast on Mac. Should get rid of that one dvar command. So let's make some project structure stuff here. So let's jump into the project. So we have in the runtime, we're gonna have, I guess game would be one. And then probably server, or maybe network. I don't know. Let's call it network. And then let's see. Objects would be another one. And tools. I guess I'll have tools folder. That's probably it, actually. So tools.hpp. So the game will have a world, of course, world.cpp. And I guess we'll have like sky as well. Let's just get the sky in immediately. I should probably just put that as part of the world, but right now it's probably a good idea to just make its own module, because the sky will actually get kind of advanced once there's like parallax and stuff. I guess you could call it like background maybe, but I like the word sky more. So include game sky. We can just add a function to this right away. Not a big fan of this song. Alright, so we should, in theory, have a world here, but we need to move these. Or change this, because I messed this up. It should be static. And nothing's drawing, of course. Why? Color top. Draw gradient. Oh yeah, this is why. So what's like a good top hue for the sky? Oh, like a nice blue color. Yeah, that looks good. And bottom. Actually make the sky get lighter at the bottom. Hey, how's it going? Alright, these look like good colors to me. So 7. This is the top and bottom. Yeah, I'm starting out the new year strong by starting a new project. Yeah, game engines are fun. I really enjoy it. I like making game engines more than the games. But I need to also have a game, otherwise I don't know what my engine needs. So I'm at the point where I'm like, I think I have enough where I can start actually making a game. Yeah. Hey, how's it going? Okay, so let's see. So 795. And then 225. I use both DirectX and OpenGL right now. And I've kind of been procrastinating doing support for Vulkan, because I actually want to get rid of OpenGL long term. But I'm just too lazy to actually do Vulkan because it's a pain. So I have OpenGL because I also run on Mac and Linux. So that's kind of like the common ground between those two. That's the theory anyway. Oh, that color didn't come out right. What happened? I like this color. $218. Oh, I like completely messed it up. Did I color the copy the HSV one instead? 35. 250. Let's try that again. What's happening? I don't trust this. Yeah, I agree. That's another reason I don't like OpenGL. I have like an abstracted renderer though, implemented here, so I kind of just like hide that away. Like if I go to my renderer backend graphics, so like here's like the OpenGL renderer, this one. It's just like I have these functions I have, and then I just implement them for each backend as I go. So then like this source file is basically just my little emulator for I guess my little API. And then here's my DirectX backend as well. So they implement the same functions. It's just like, oh, this is how you do a render target in DirectX versus like, what's this function look like in OpenGL if I've even implemented it. Yeah, I haven't even implemented this function yet. So my OpenGL support isn't even like fully ready yet. It's both 2D and 3D. So this game I'm working on is gonna be a 2D game. But the engine can do 3D stuff too. So like I have a voxel project in here. This was another little prototype I made just to like test the graphics when I was implementing graphics. So it can do both. Yeah, and then like some 2D stuff. Like I have like a chess game. This is not the, oh no, it doesn't work. What happened? Oh, I uninstalled Clang on accident. That was the problem. Let's go back to MSVC. Yeah, I have a little chess game. And yeah, one of the kind of maybe stupid but also crazy things that I did is I was getting really annoyed by how for like DirectX when you write a shader you have to write it in like HLSL, which is like their shading language. But then in OpenGL you have to write like a GLSL shader. So this voxel game, or maybe I have a different project that I can show this off in. Yeah, so basically I have this like, I was getting annoyed by having to duplicate shaders when I wanted to support both graphics backends. So I actually made my own like shader language that gets converted into GLSL and HLSL. And eventually I'll add support for Metal once I get to doing that. But like if I pull up the voxel game here, let's run this again. Just have to compile. And then I go to the source code. So here I have these shaders. This maybe isn't a good example. Yeah, maybe this is fine. Basically, this little shader language is like my own little shader language, and then this gets translated into DirectX. So like you can see like here are the translated ones. And then if I run this in OpenGL, if I switch to OpenGL, all these shaders here, they change to GLSL. So now these are OpenGL shaders. Yeah. What is this music? Why is it like dubstep? 1 second. This is not the vibe I'm after. All right. Yeah, that was definitely a project. Getting that to work. Why is the sky purple? I'm so confused. Let's go back to this. Oh yeah, I just completely messed these up, that's fine. 45, 250. Now it should be fine. get started with graphics or just in general? Oh yeah, graphics. Yeah, you just mentioned that. I don't have good advice, which may be bad because as like my job, like I'm doing this engine just for fun. But for my job, I actually I specialize in graphics. That's like what I do as a software engineer. Like I think games are a really good way of getting into it, obviously, but you're already doing games, so that's not like helpful advice to you. Yeah. Yeah, it's like you just need to get good at linear algebra. So get comfortable with working with like matrices and sort of just like intuitively understanding how those like coordinate spaces work. Because that's like really important for a lot of at least sort of, I don't know, more complicated graphical effects. You're always jumping between coordinate spaces. Like with like shadow mapping, for instance, it's like essentially you're just like, when you generate a shadow map, you're in the coordinate space of the camera looking at the scene, and then when you're rendering the shadows, you have to like translate from, I guess, like pixel positions in like 3D space to like where was that in the camera's point of view, so that you can read from the shadow map and actually like compare depth values. So it's actually like a really straightforward thing. It's just it can be a little unintuitive how that works. Okay, so now we have the sky drawing, so we can get rid of this stuff. I don't actually like that bottom color though. It's too bright. Okay, I need to change this playlist. This is too intense. This is like some 2011 throwback dubstep. I need to be careful because every time I play music, I get like copyright strikes too. So I think I found a playlist that doesn't have copyright problems, but now it's like all dubstep, and I'm not sure if that's it. But maybe I can get behind it. Let's try this color. Sure, that's fine for now. So let's get some chunks in here. Yeah, game chops. I might look at that. All right, what does a chunk do? I'm not going into this with much of a plan. Is the problem. So we're just gonna freestyle some of this stuff and then see what sticks. Good thing I've written chunks like a million times. So it has. shoot. All right, so we have some block data, which will do something eventually. And now we can include this here, up here actually. Game blocks. I need to change that. So let's implement these functions. Should actually pull this out into a data size bytes. Okay, that should initialize a block of memory for the chunk, and then we need to be able to free it. I guess I could assert that you already allocated it. Sure, let's do that. I guess this would be constant too. that should draw a chunk. Now we want probably like an update function so we can actually add some blocks to it. We need to implement this or declare it. And we'll get like the mouse position relative to the chunk, I guess. Let's think. So just okay, let's see how fast we psych fault with this code. I guess 50% chance it doesn't work. First try. So now we have to just make a chunk here, temporary. Just to test all of this. Have to initialize it up here. Free it. All right, there we go. We have a chunk. Ooh, it wraps around though weirdly. Oh yeah, I guess that's to be expected. Delete stuff. Cool. I guess I don't want it to wrap around though. let's make these integers. Or no, that won't work. Let's draw a little outline so we can actually see what the chunk is supposed to look like. All right. So now we have chunks that have memory that allocates. Let's test initializing and freeing as well while we're at it. So maybe we do something like, if you press the space bar, free chunk. And for now, I'm going to make this just public, just for testing. So yeah, it doesn't exist yet. You press space, there it is. Press space, it's gone, it's back. All right, cool. And now we need multiple chunks. So let's go back to the world, I guess. Include chunks and have list of chunks. Let's do an E32. A 64-bit integer can hold two, like a 32-bit by a 32-bit, right? Like, that's the right size, 32 max value. I think so. Yeah, okay. That's really convenient. Let's start this out as like 8 by 8. I don't know yet. I'm split on that. Ideally infinite. But right now I'm just going to make it finite until I figure out how I want to do the infinite world. The nice thing about a finite world is I can just like index chunks directly by like an ID. And I can, like, I don't need like a hash map or something to hold chunks. Because with an infinite world, you have to like still be able to identify chunks. But they need to be like, it's just not as straightforward how you do that with an infinite world. And like the easy solution is to just make a really big world and then it's basically infinite, but that's cheating. So I don't know. I'll have to think about it. So chunks equals. Well, you wouldn't, yeah, you wouldn't do that. You would do it in blocks. Like, I could have, like, just something... You could index indirectly through, like, a pointer or something. You wouldn't have to actually, like, allocate an array that large on the stack or something like that. It's just convenient for things like if you're doing like collisions or like terrain generation, if you can just quickly find what chunk is next to you without having to do like some weird indirect lookup to figure out like, oh, what chunk is this? I like that better. And it's probably possible to do with an infinite world. I just need to think about it. Let's see. Error if chunks no pointer. Allocate chunk grid memory, I guess. Like even in this, right now I'm implementing it so the world just contains like a grid of chunks directly. But I'm gonna come through here again, probably within like the next hour, and abstract it so that there's a chunk pool. So you have like a fixed number of chunks that can be allocated to memory at once, and then the world system has to recycle those as you move around. And then I guess the thing the world actually stores is like a representation of the world. Is it just store IDs within the grid of what chunk in the chunk pool is actually being used at a given position. And I think you can make that work with an infinite world pretty easily then, because you've already abstracted away the problem of like how chunk data gets allocated. Then you just need a structure that can actually represent the chunks, I guess, spatially without the need of like a big array that covers the whole like playing area. Because if you have an infinite world, yeah, that'd be an array that's like 1 million chunks wide or something, or like 30 million chunks wide. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. It's just easy to do that. And like, as cool as infinite worlds are, I'm not like fully sold on them, to be honest. Because like the problem with infinite worlds is you have to be like really good at programming terrain generation if you like to actually pull it off. Because otherwise it just feels like Minecraft, where the entire world, yeah, sure, it's infinite, but you travel far enough and it feels like the same everywhere. Whereas with a finite world, you can do a lot more. It's just easier to write terrain generation that's interesting because you like know the size of the world ahead of time, and you can like, I don't know, programmatically alter the terrain generation in specific areas because you know like that's just where things are. Whereas if you're doing an infinite world, like you just can't do that because you can't do that easily. Anyway. Like Minecraft tries to get around it by having the regions, right, which are like 32 chunks by 32 chunks big. So you have like a chunk, but then you also have like the region, and within a region you get like one stronghold and like X amount of dungeons and stuff. And then they like sort of prepare these regions as you move around. And that's like a good solution, but it's just, I don't know, it gets tricky. It's hard to do that right, I think. So I think I would probably prefer a finite world, just for like gameplay reasons. But yeah. So let's free this. But it's like I could make my engine support infinite worlds and then just like force it to be finite, and then at least I have it as like a technical ability. I could make it infinite if I wanted to. Like it might be good to do that. I don't know. I just don't want to overcomplicate it, because I feel like it's really easy to overcomplicate things, and I would like prefer simplicity. That's always been my problem, is I overcomplicate things and then it's like, wow, this becomes super unmaintainable. It's like with an infinite world, now my terrain generation system's like really like convoluted, because you're trying to like resolve like, oh, where's this chunk located relative to some other chunk, and like, oh, should a structure go here, or like is it too close to this other region over here? But wait, that region hasn't been generated yet, so like you kind of have to like, I don't know. I'm just rambling, but I've thought about this a lot in the past and I've never come up with a good solution to it, so I don't know. Okay, let's see. Yeah. Yeah, definitely in a 3D game you would need to do it. Well, I don't even know about that. Let's free this thing. And let's just initialize the chunks. Yeah, the other thing, my other thought on that. Yeah, I was just gonna say that, like, I've seen lots of people that do voxel games, like 3D voxel engines, and they do the infinite and 3-direction thing, and it's neat from like a technical perspective, because it's different than Minecraft. But it's like, yeah, it's like you said, like, who realistically wants to travel like a million chunks underground or like a million chunks in the air? Because it's not like you're also a space engine, right? Like, there's gonna be nothing up there. You could only have so many like cloud biomes or something. So the interesting stuff, at least on a game that takes place on a planet, is the X and the Y, right? So I don't know. But it's like, I understand though, like if you're making a chunk system, it's trivial to make it infinite in the Z direction too, if you've already done it in the X and the Y. So like, why wouldn't you do it? But yeah, I don't know. From a gameplay perspective, which matters because you're making a game, it's I don't know. I'm not sold on it, personally. I mean, it could be cool if it's a lot deeper than Minecraft. Like, maybe, I don't know, 1,000 chunks would be cool, and you have like a giant underground cavern realm or something. That could be cool. But like a million chunks, I don't know. I don't need to dig down infinitely. All right, no chunks are rendering, so I need to make them draw. So we'll just update all chunks at all times as well. Ooh, I segfaulted. Where? Let's see. Where did I segfault? If data is equal to null pointer, that was a segfault, really? Where? I thought I just initialized these. X, Y with height. What just happened? Draw. Chunk, chunk, chunks. Am I not? Oh yeah, I'm not initializing the world. Duh. World init. It should have, yeah, I guess I didn't do this, did I? I didn't early out here. This should work now though. Maybe. World update. Okay, I think I have a lot of chunks. So now we just need to make the chunks offset by their appropriate amount. So let's see. Oh, this is tough, actually. I'm going to change this so it just stores its position on itself directly as well for now. because it can always get its ID from its X and Y, but it can't go the other direction. And this simplifies this problem. Where am I using that? X. Okay, that doesn't fully work. Chunk X times chunk size times block size. X, Y. Yeah, that'd explain it. Okay, it doesn't work off the diagonals. Did I mess this up? X, Y. X times chunk size, that's fine, I think. Did I mess it up here? X, Y. Let me draw the chunk IDs as well, just for debugging. Got text. Oh yeah. Is that just because it's confused? It is. So the IDs are correct. They're inversed though, from what I would expect. Or no, they're not. They're fine. Is it my mouse code that doesn't work? See, I can't draw off the diagonals for some reason. So I have like an axis that's being duplicated somewhere. Let me figure this out. Draw X, chunk X, draw Y, chunk Y, X mouse X. Index. Oh, this is what's wrong. Yeah, that would make sense. Or no, that doesn't make sense. Block mouse. Oh, here it is. It's just drawing them in the wrong spot. There we go. So now we have blocks that can be drawn onto a grid. We're getting further along. Now, I should probably do the camera soon as well. But I'm going to keep doing some of the block stuff. So let's change this to U64 so it's more obvious what's happening. Have like block ID. And we'll give it a default thing as well. I'm gonna add the camera, at least some camera movement, some concept of a movable camera. Way too slow. Yeah, doesn't like the mouse. Doesn't like the camera moving very much. The mouse. It's always a pain adding that. All right, let's just do that right away. Let's get the mouse transform into the camera. So let's do let's see. So we want the mouse relative to many different things, I think. So we want it, I guess, relative to the world itself. Like, where's its global position within the world? So X world. We want it. I guess we want to know what block within the world it is as well, globally. So we might have like integer 64 should be like block world, I guess. Yeah, I'm working on the mouse. Well, I have this problem here. So I'm adding the camera transformation, but now when I click, right, it doesn't account for that when I use the mouse. So now I'm just gonna make sort of a standard way it's gonna handle all of that. So let's see. I'm just trying to think of what I need. Let's just do integers for now. If I need to change these later, I can. And then you probably want it relative to the chunk. Yeah, should be fine. Yeah, that's weird. Not sure why that'd be the case like that. So we have block as well, so block world. It's very possible that it was a GameMaker thing. I know OpenGL just likes to flip things in general too. Like render targets are like render targets are like upside down in OpenGL compared to like DirectX. Because it's like 0, 0 coordinate for like UV coordinates are bottom left rather than top left. Which is really annoying, to say the least. I don't know any books on this. I didn't learn from books, so unfortunately, I don't have any good recommendations there. Okay, let's see. Now I just need to implement. Oh, I put this in the source file. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Should be in here, and I need to include this up here now. Yeah, I agree with what Jay said. I learn best personally by just like, getting my hands dirty and doing things. Like this is definitely not the first time I've like written a game like this. So I'm kind of like autopiloting a lot of this right now. But just in general too. But yeah, everyone has their own learning style, so yeah. I guess like part of the thing is like it's hard to hear that because you still don't know like what to actually do. Like what do you even start with? Like I maybe I'm biased because I just like have been working on this recently, but I actually think like a game engine or just making a game is a really good way of learning things because you like touch so many different things. Like game engines are actually they're fairly complicated. They don't have to be super complicated. Like you can make a simple game engine. I don't think you need to have a high IQ to do this. I'm definitely not high IQ in a lot of things. I've also been programming for like a long time. It's been like 15 years now since I started, roughly. I actually don't know exactly how long it's been. Yeah, 15, thereabouts. Maybe a bit longer, but I was like a kid back then too, so I don't know how much those early years really count. I haven't been like seriously programming probably for like maybe 8 years. So it's definitely a thing where it's like, yeah, like you like don't expect to just become like super, I don't know, super good overnight. Yeah, that was a great game. Here we are. 17 years later, I think. That was like 2008, 2007. That's crazy. Okay, so I'm losing my train of thought. All right. But if it does give you any solace, I only started doing C++ maybe 4 years ago, 3.5 years ago. Like I had used it before, but it wasn't like my primary language. So you could actually like pick up the language really like fairly quickly. I know 3 years is a lot, but I prefer to use a simpler like subset of C++ though, because like if you're really just diving into the language, there's a lot to C++. And if you try to use all of it, yeah, it's just gonna get overwhelming. So I just prefer to use like a subset and then just make everything in that style. All right, so. Yeah, Java's a crazy language. I use Java at work now. Like at my current job, it's like basically all Java, unfortunately. I got kind of bamboozled a bit because I was told there would be C++, and then I'm not working on the C++ project, so it kind of sucks. But anyway, Java's a crazy language. It's my take. I want fine. I'm gonna copy these as well. I'll wait for someone in chat who has it done, who has a good recommendation. I like Red Dead Redemption 2. So if you haven't played that yet, that's a really good game. It is a bit slow though, so you have to like it, but that game is a masterpiece. I don't know if that's really an RPG, it's more like a just an open world story game, but I actually don't game much anymore, that's the problem. I don't have time. Let's see. Let's delete these. These are obvious what they're doing. Yeah, that's true. If you already know this, if you already know the story, then it's not as fun. Yeah, that's tough. All right, let's see. Now I guess up here we can do hotkeys. Well, I'm basically, I'll show you in a second. So I've already kind of written this game before, many times, but it's basically, it's a Terraria clone, essentially. I mean, let's be honest. So this was the old version, and I'm kind of rewriting this right now, so the first bit of work is just going to be like porting a lot of this code over into the, I guess, the new engine I've been working on. But it's a 2D block game. But unlike Terraria in Minecraft, Cope, it's a game that's based, I guess, roughly on like history. So I should be better at my sales pitch by now after having worked on this for who knows how long. It's based, true. It's based. Yeah, it's based on history. So the rough premise is there's going to be like 3 or 4 sort of ages that you progress through. So you start the game and you're in the Stone Age, and then you do a bunch of stuff in the Stone Age, and then you'll progress to like the Tribal Age or the Medieval Age. I haven't like fully figured out what I want to do for this scope of the game, because I think I'm gonna structure it a bit, or like rethink it a bit, because I don't know. Obviously something's not working because I haven't gotten far enough along to actually like release anything yet, but I still like the idea, so I'm sticking with it. But essentially each age is gonna have its own sort of set of game mechanics, so they'll feel like different from each other. That's the goal. So like the Stone Age is kind of like your classic survival Minecraft type thing, right? The medieval age gets more like, I don't know, political, you could say, where there's like, I don't know, like managing like towns and like conflicts between like the little kingdoms and stuff, and just doing that sort of thing. And then there's going to be like the industrial age, which is a lot more, I don't know, automation and like just sort of like, I don't know, game mechanics based around like automation and creating like contraptions and stuff. I think what I really need is I need someone, I need to form a team again. Because I love making the engine, and I love making like, I don't know, like I really enjoy that stuff, and I think I do good at it. I just struggle with actually like making the game. So I need like, I think I just need like people involved that are like excited about making games, and then we can have a winning combo, like a winning team. So my goal this year, if you can tell, I'm streaming on New Year's for a reason. My goal this year is, one, I'm doing this project again, and I'm going to be doing these live streams or videos. I'm going to try and be a little bit more proactive. The engine is on GitHub. You can view it. I think there's a link somewhere. It might be in the description. It's an old copy of the engine, so the current version isn't on there because I don't update that very frequently. Yeah, like I was saying, the goal this year is I want to be a bit more like proactive about, I don't know, showing off the game as it's getting developed. So I've cleaned up the Discord server, so I want to revive that. So I plan to revive the Discord server, and unlike the last time that I've tried to make this game, where I've kind of been a bit gatekeepy about like releasing versions of the game for people to play, I want to do like frequent just releases. Because at this point, I don't really care that much about the commercial aspect of like the game development stuff. Because I'm just doing it for fun as like a hobby. Like I just enjoy doing this stuff. And I think I'll stay motivated if people are actually like able to play it and give feedback and just give ideas. So that's my 2025 new quarter century resolution here. So we'll see how we'll check back in a year and we'll see how that goes. But that's the game plan. And the nice thing about the game engine as like a more general thing, so this is just a game I'm going to be making in this engine, but with the game engine I can make other stuff too. So I want to work on this project just because it's like, one, I like the idea, and two, it is like it is an ambitious game, and it does, I mean, don't let the 2D fool you, like it is a pretty complicated like thing to make. So just for like developing the engine, it's like a good thing to have a project that actually like needs to do complicated things. So I'm kind of doing it for that, because like I'm starting to get to a point where I don't know what else to add to the engine without just making a game in the engine. So I'm doing this game, but I also want to work on a few other games this year too. Like I don't know, there's like some 3D games I want to maybe toy around with making. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. But yeah, so I have the Discord server. I think it's linked in the description. I don't know if the description's showing up. I set that on YouTube, and YouTube's kind of convoluted with how you start a live stream now, I've noticed. Like you have to like start a broadcast and then link the broadcast, and it's just, I don't know. So we'll see how this goes. My mic is really loud. Yeah, but yeah, if anyone here wants to form a team, I'm all ears. Because I think that's fun. And I kind of miss it. Because like I used to do this stuff like years ago. And then I don't know, kind of just stopped. And now I've just been working like on my own for a while. So I don't know. I did talk to Mishmash yesterday, actually. I messaged him because he had the ownership of the Vitality server on his account, so I had to get that. He actually lives in the USA now, I heard, so that's cool. I don't want to dox his personal life too much, but I was kind of surprised to learn that. Yeah, I still talk to Orange too sometimes. They don't really do games anymore though. And yeah, graphics API. So right now I have OpenGL and DirectX implemented. So like the idea is the engine is like API agnostic in the actual gameplay code or the game code. So like this is like with DirectX, and then I can just switch it here to OpenGL. And now it's running OpenGL. Like I can prove that with RenderDoc as well. So like, not that I would be lying about what API I use. Probably impossible to see this small text on the live stream, but those are GL draw element calls. Why is it doing a billion of them actually? That didn't capture. Oh, it's every time it renders the font, it has to switch to a different batch. All right, so back to the input. This never actually got this working. So if I go in here and release this, update this input. Maybe this should be in game as well. This is like a game thing. What's happening? Yeah. Yeah, that's a tough one too. So when you have a team, everyone sort of has to agree on things. And that's actually been my other problem too. Is like, it's tough to share programming stuff. Like you have two people programming. I've always struggled with getting that to work. It's fine in like a corporate setting because it's like, I don't know, you go into it knowing that that's just how it's going to be. Why is VS Code just completely locked up? Oh, it's because of RenderDoc. Yeah, it's like creative differences and just like code style differences and just how you agree on doing stuff like that. Game. Yeah. Somehow Mishmash and I, when we were making the original Vitality, we basically still did that where we'd like pass the game maker source file back and forth. And like I'd have a notepad where I kept track of like what I added, and then he'd have a notepad where he kept track of what he added. So rather than using like a version control or a source control, we were just like copying and pasting code into like one game maker file we kept transferring back and forth. And like somehow, even despite that, we still had like that game in a fairly advanced stage. But yeah, it took a long time to get to that point. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, this was like back in 2015-16 time period. So I don't even know if GameMaker had version control built in Studio 1.4. I think it did, but it like didn't work or something. Or it was like, it was weird to set up. Yeah, okay. So I started game development stuff, I guess as a kid in like 2007, 2008 with Game Maker. So I started with Game Maker, I think 6.3 or maybe 7.0 was out there at the time. So I basically did that for like 10 years. I don't know, 8 years. And then eventually I branched out. But like I didn't really get serious about it until like later in high school or like college time. So eventually I got a CS degree and I started at a AAA game company and I worked there for a few years. And then I don't work there anymore. I recently changed jobs. Not for any particular reason against AAA. I just wanted to do something a bit different. So I just do like games and programming on the side as like a fun thing. Someone's messaging me. A job in CS. Yeah. Yeah, actually, I got super lucky, I think, with the job I got. You need AdSense from YouTube, please. True. All right, so I'm like twiddling my thumbs. So let's see. I need to change this to use, where is it? Chunks. I want to change it to be game input. And this has to be mouse X world, I believe. Okay, it still isn't going to work, so I actually have to do the transform. So I need to come in here, input. So I just need to transform these based on the camera position, which means I need to create a camera or something. Yeah. Let's see. That is my name, yes. Oh, I didn't see that message. Yeah, it should be. I think it's set to upload as like in the live tab it'll go into on my channel. Yeah, this is some dumb thing I'm doing where I just have these defined where if I want to quickly debug them so they're not actually public or private. This is really gross. Don't do this, but I do it. So yeah. Don't hate me. Don't hate me. There are times where I want access to my own variables. And it's easier to just flip that one place. I think I actually could. I didn't realize this at the time. I could just like define public as like this rather than having some crazy underscore thing. But you know, it'd be like that sometimes. Use ChatGPT more. Okay, so I might just steal some of my old code. This is always tough to figure out. All right, let me see how I do it. Matrix build, matrix. Yeah, I basically want to just steal this. I don't need a rotation though. Yeah, OpenGL DirectX. With plans to do Vulkan and Metal and deprecate OpenGL. I just haven't done that yet. And I'm probably gonna do Metal first because I want to be able to use compute shaders on macOS. And I currently can't do that because OpenGL is only supported up to like version 4.0, I think. And they don't have compute shaders in that version of OpenGL. So that's a real annoying thing I'll have to do at some point, but we're not there yet. Let's see. No, technically, because macOS does not support Vulkan natively. There is like a indirection layer you could use called Molten VK or something like that, which makes Vulkan work on macOS, but I would rather just use Metal rather than some like emulated API. But in a pinch, Vulkan would probably be the best one to use. Eventually, I'm going to do, like I said, Vulkan, Metal, and then DirectX 12, and then deprecate OpenGL because you don't really need it at that point. I just haven't done that yet because that's a project and a half. I want like an inverse view as well. But for now, I'll just do this. Just making sure I have everything I need here. Zoom, view. All right. We'll give the world a camera. So the world has a camera now. So when the world updates, the camera updates. Sure. And yeah. Yeah. For context, I'm making the game engine I did not start today. The game engine has been a project that's been going for like a year. I'm just making a new project within the engine. So like I have most of the code here. Now I'm just like actually doing stuff with it. Because like this is just this game. But I have like other projects I've made as like little test bed things. Like I have a little voxel project here. They're supposed to be shadows. They don't work in OpenGL for some reason. I think the shader's not working there. I'll switch it to DirectX. Like here's a little voxel thing. And like see the frustum culling, which is fun. And yeah, just to prove that this is compatible with other operating systems, I can switch over to macOS. I need to log in. Uh-oh. Graphics card doesn't like that. Or capture card doesn't like that. 1 second. Mind the technical difficulties here. Here we go. I can't see my screen. Okay, now we're on Mac. We should be on Mac. And I can play my little voxel game on my MacBook. I have to full screen it though, because the screen's all messed up. So this is running OpenGL on Mac, because it's the only thing that I support. And I can switch to Linux as well. So this is Linux, and I can run the same project on Linux. Once it decides to generate. Here we go. So this is running on Linux, which is cool. Natively, there's no like emulation going on. So now we're back on Windows though, because I need to finish this camera. Let's see. I'm just gonna have the camera controls be in here. Update matrices. And I can just copy the code from, where was it, main? What is happening? Oh, it's because I'm not in the right project. So I can delete that, delete that, delete that. Delete that. World matrices, go there. Okay, the zoom is all weird. I forget how I fixed that last time. It's because it's zooming in from the top left rather than the center of the screen, so I think I need to like temporarily transform. Why is the FPS so bad as well? 150. It's weird. Why is the FPS 150? Should be way higher than 150. Whatever. So I need to set the transform. I think I just need to offset this, don't I? I don't know if that'll work for the zoom though. I think I need to offset it before I zoom, otherwise it won't work. Just see what this does. Yeah. Let's see. Let's do that. Something like this. What's it matter about? Oh, 2 M's. Okay, I'm just gonna cheat. I'm gonna look at my other code. Yeah, that could make sense. Well, is that true? Yeah, that would be true. Yeah, I'm just gonna look at my other code though, because I've already solved this. I don't know why I'm trying to like resolve the same problem. Camera. Okay, maybe it'd just be easier to just do this instead of trying to find my old code. Okay, I have to think about this for a second. Maybe I just, wait, maybe I need to do the other, yeah, like, I think this is actually fine. Like, if I'm just zooming, let me think. Just zoom with no translation. It's at the top left, right? Because that's like where 0, 0 is for the zoom. And that's just a scale. Now, ideally, when my camera's at 0, 0, I want that to be the center, like the center of the screen. So is it not just doing this? Assuming like my, obviously I'm like hard coding it to use the window size, which I'm gonna change. Yeah, okay. I just had my addition backwards before. I was subtracting instead of multiplying. Well, no, it doesn't work when you shift away. Okay. Yeah, I'll just change the perspective matrix. We'll just see if the zoom actually will work like that. So that might be easier. Like if I just delete that line and that line, let's just simplify this. If I just change these, does that work? Yeah, that works. It doesn't really do the offset I was looking for though. Yeah, it's the same problem. Like, as I get further away, it's like the zoom is now off in the corner again because it's like shrinking its position, like its offset. There's a specific order I'm supposed to do this in. Like, I think I need to translate first the zoom and then translate back or something weird. Because I've definitely figured this out once before. And I want it to be in the separate matrix because I want to get an inverse of this, because sometimes it's useful to like be able to use like the inverse matrix to go back and forth. Like if I put my mouse on the screen somewhere, like I might want to figure out like where is the mouse in like absolute like world space. And the way you would do that is by having like the inverse of whatever matrix I make here and then multiply that. So ideally this one matrix should do that transformation. Is the goal at least. Let me see. I have something in here. Matrix. Build scaling maybe? Where do I use this? Matrix. I don't use that anywhere. Transform view. Where do I use this? Oh yeah, you guys can't see what I'm doing. Yeah, this looks like code I want to use. What is it doing? Viewport X. See, I wouldn't expect this to work. This is exactly what I'm doing right now. I'm just building an identity matrix, multiplying it by a scale, a zoom, and offsetting it by an X and a Y. I guess the question is, what is the X and the Y here? Viewport X. Oh yeah, viewport X would make sense. How am I calculating this? Go to all references. Oof. Where do I set this equal to something? Here. Viewport update. Yeah, this is why I'm like rewriting some of this code. This is really convoluted. Viewport X equals X. I don't know about that. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to find right now. I'm just not happy with how this is even implemented in this code base over here. Like, I think what I'm doing here is like something convoluted. Like X here isn't actually the center of the screen. It is, like I'm already calculating what X should be based on the zoom level or something weird. X equals X2, or maybe not. Bottom left. All right, I'm gonna think about this. So if we translate to this position, and then we zoom, what happens? So what does this look like? Yeah, so this does not work, right? Because if this were working, the red line should like 0, 0 here should just never leave the center of the screen. And then if I do the opposite, right, because order matters, I need to just do this. So I can, both of these are consistent with each other. So that works, right? Is it like, do I have to actually translate this first? Like I do the X and Y here. Right, and then you zoom. Yeah, that's it. All right. Trial and error until you get the right, until you get the right transform. Why is the frame rate so bad? We have to figure this out. Is it OpenGL that's doing it? If I do DirectX. Okay. Yeah, so here's how crazy OpenGL is on Windows. So you see how I was getting 150 frames a second before when I had it on OpenGL. And this is a Windows thing, and I can prove it. So 150, it's really struggling. So if I just commit these files real quick, I don't know what to name it, a bunch of stuff. So we just commit all this, and we go over to Linux, which also uses OpenGL. And we just sync this up and go into here and run this. I didn't get any of the files. What happened? I didn't sync the right repository. Yeah, so now we're on Linux. And this computer is worse, by the way. So this computer is worse by a somewhat significant margin. On Linux, the OpenGL drivers, I'm getting about 1600 frames in the same exact code base. It's just the Windows OpenGL drivers are just not good. Like I'm not even sure what it's doing. Like there must be something that I'm doing in OpenGL that Windows just doesn't like, and that wouldn't surprise me because I don't know. Nothing there is optimized yet, but I lost my screen here. What's going on? Okay, now that I have this matrix, I should just be able to get the inverse of it. Let's fix the sky though, as well. Where am I drawing that? Draw sky. I've lost input as well, which is weird. Okay, so let's see. I can't click anymore. It's not creating blocks. Did I comment this out in here? I must have. I did. Okay. So the goal of doing all this camera stuff is I need to be able to basically multiply. I need to transform these mouse coordinates based on the view matrix. So if I create a floating point, are these in floating point? I'm not even sure what these are. Yeah, floating point. So if I create a vector, so like mouse position transformed. Yeah, transformed. So, and then I can just multiply this by a matrix, and I think I need the inverse of the matrix, but let me just see what happens if I pass the, let's see, let's just have a global world right now, and then we'll fix this later. Main, can remove that, and then, okay. So now input can get the world. Camera dot matrix view, and then mouse dot x world equals this. And I guess for the people that aren't even sure what I'm solving, let me just demonstrate the issue. So I have it so, I guess, yeah, okay. So I have it so you can click and it just places blocks. But you can see like it's not placing them where my mouse actually is. Because right now it thinks that the mouse is relative to like this corner here where 0, 0 is. So it's like as if the Windows top left position were this. So it's like offset. So if I line these up, we can get kind of close. So I just need to have basically transformed mouse coordinates. And then I'm making just a few like helper macros that will just allow you to get those for various things. Like you might want like chunk relative mouse coordinates as well for various things. Like if you're like breaking a specific block in a chunk, it's good to get the block ID relative to that chunk. Let me turn back to D3D11. So this is what this will do. I don't think this is going to work though because I need the inverse of this, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So now it's like doing double or doing nothing at all. That's weird. I don't even know what it's doing. So I don't remember if I have a matrix inverse thing. I might have to like explicitly create the inverse of this, but let's see if this works. Okay, this does work. Yeah. All right, cool. So now it works. You just click anywhere. It transforms based on where the mouse is. You can zoom in. It just always gets the right position. So as like a little tip, if you're ever doing anything like that, it's really useful to like break out your matrices and just store them globally somewhere, because you'll find that you do this often. And it's nice just multiplying something by a matrix and it just works. You don't even have to think about it now. Because before I like learned this little trick, I would always be like manually trying to like offset by the camera position .x and then try to like figure out how the zoom gets added in there. It's just not ideal. So let me just rename this something else, like mouse world. So that's that taken care of. I'm thinking if there's anything else I would want to have in here. No, I think that's actually it. Let's do like mouse here. Just kind of group these a bit more. Like hotkeys. That's all for input, so I can go back to doing the world, I guess. I could add chunk generation right away. So generation, we can get some simple terrain going. Very simple terrain. So I guess I'll just have a function called like generate that just takes in a chunk and then generates it. So let's just do that. This includes game chunk. I'll probably want to include like random, include simplex noise. And then we'll see. So if chunk.data null, then we'll skip. Should probably be an error. So we'll make like a very simple chunk generation. Very simple. Just like 1D or 2D noise, 1D noise. So let's see. Height equals simplex dot sample. No, we'll just sample it based on the position of the block. So let's get that first, actually. So like world x equals, let's see, or I guess, let's take a floating point. It does. So we get the sample position, and we just sample there. And just sample nothing for y, I guess. Is this normalized? I don't remember. I don't think it is. I'll need to print out what this displays. I don't remember what this displays. And then I guess we start from, maybe we should have this be the size of the chunk. Let's do +0, just so it's obvious what's happening. And then our sample position is just x. And then we can loop from, so y1, so basically y1 would be the top, the higher position, I believe. I'm basically gonna be like generating, scanning down rows, and then these are like the bound of each column and row. So y1, so we need some like global, some constant up here, like where is the terrain, what's like sea level? Sea level will be 2 chunks down, 3 chunks down, chunk size, and then like max height would be like 1 chunk, for 2 chunks for now, why not? So then we have sea level plus height times max height. Because I think this simplex noise should just give me a value between -1 and 1. And we might have to divide this by something because it's probably gonna be like really noisy at this current frequency. And then y2 will always just be the bottom of the chunk. So it'll always just be this. And then we loop from y. We actually need to fill the block data here. So it's basically x minus chunk x. Chunk dot. Yeah, and then our index is just, so our actual like one-dimensional index into the block data like array is just index equals block y times block x times chunk size plus block x. And then if we just do data index dot we'll set that to 1. So I think that should work. Now let's just generate these. So after we initialize them, well, then we'll just generate them. And we'll see if this fails horribly. Alright, partially failed horribly. Let's figure out why. Am I not looping over y? X is less than that. Block X. Plus block, yeah, it should be block Y. And I segfaulted. Where? I don't think that's where it should be. That's weird. I didn't segfault there. What's happening? Is this even giving me the correct position? Let's debug this. Debug. With the address sanitizer as well. First. Oops. Yeah, okay. So where am I reading that? Here, generate chunk. Index. It's index out of bounds. It shouldn't be. Oh yeah, it will definitely be. Yeah, because Y could be above the chunk. So let's clamp that. So this is like the max value of this. And it doesn't like my units here. What's the issue? Float and unsigned integer. Oh, is this a float? Oh yeah. This should be 0. There we go. Now we have some really crazy terrain. So let's just make this smoother. Now it's a little less crazy. Maybe like 128. And I can make it look a little better now too. I can actually turn these into sprites rather than these black rectangles. So let me steal some sprites from my other project real quick. Let's take, let's see, stone. I realize I don't have a sprite in any sort of image editor installed on my computer right now. So I'm gonna have to do this in Paint, I think, which is gonna be rough. Can I do this anywhere besides Paint? Let me think. Should I just download something? Yeah, let's do that. I recently did a clean install of Windows, so I don't have many things installed right now. Let's see. A sprite. Oh, I do have this installed. Cool. Let's do. What are these? 20 times. Let's do like 5 sprites. 100 pixels. 24 times 5. 120. This is some good sprite work right here. And then we need like dirt as well. Classic dirt sprite right here. I need like a guide for these. I don't know if I'm putting them in the right spot. And we want like, I don't know. Do we want grass on the dirt? No, we don't need grass. Let's just start with dirt and shale. And then if we give these an ID, or let's just draw these first. Let's see, where do I draw? I'm making basically a 2D voxel game right now. I do have a 3D one, but I'm making a 2D one right now. Let's see, where do I draw? World draw, let's see, chunk draw. I'm trying to make a Terraria too. Draw sprite. Let's see, x1, y1. Should all be stone, I believe. And then we can add dirt by just changing the generation slightly. So if y is less than y1 plus 5, Then we are going to be dirt or stone. All right, not quite. We're getting there though. Let's have like surface equals this. And then this will be the max between surface and this. Here we go. Here's some nice stone. And dirt. I'm gonna do the block data a bit better though, because I'm really just kind of doing this without thinking right now. Okay, so let's see. I can actually delete this. These bit fields. So I've already figured out how many bits I want aligned on this block data struct. That's why I'm kind of just typing this out right now. I'm happy with my 8-byte block data struct. I have something on the other screen. You guys can't see it. I'm just looking at. Yeah, I guess I can show you since you asked. So I have let me see. Let me pull it up. I have this project from. I guess this is this project. I'm kind of like not fully rewriting it. I'm like porting it right now. But this is the project that I'm currently working on, basically porting into my new engine. So I started this in 2022, 2023. Yeah, 2023 is when I was working on this. And this is actually a revival of an older version of this project. But essentially it's like a Terraria clone pretty much. The gameplay is going to be different, but visually it's hard to escape that influence. So I'm just kind of like implementing this over into the new engine, and then I'm going to continue obviously developing it further than this sort of empty prototype world gen thing I have here. I've been programming for a while. It's hard to say exactly how long. I think like I've been like seriously programming for the last 8 years, and then I've been doing programming things for at least 15. But some of those early years are like childhood, so it's questionable how much that actually counts. But I used to use Game Maker, the engine, a lot when I was young. That's kind of how I got started in this. But now I work on my own stuff. Okay, so has metadata. Has object. I thought it would be kind of neat to stream this. I can get you the link to that. It is, let me look it up. It's a Ducky keyboard, but I have to figure out exactly what the name is. I don't remember. I have the link to this somewhere. Let me find it. Oh, now it's a 404 link. It is, here we go, I found it. It is the Ducky 1-2 Phantom Black with reds. I have the red keys in here. The MX Red, I think. This one. Mine looks slightly different than this because I have some colored keys, but this is the one. It's a good keyboard. All right, that's all of those. And then to my flags modified. I think this is 32 bits, and then, yeah, I have a union here. Probably not daily, maybe weekly though. But yeah, I plan to stream more this year. I thought it'd be kind of cool since I'm like starting this project today, if I like streamed sort of weekly, just as I go, because then I don't know, it's kind of cool to like document the, I guess the development from like day one to whenever, I don't know, however far it goes. And I think it's set up so the videos like upload onto my channel too, the streams, so you can like watch the replay. Some of my past streams, like they've uploaded themselves to my channel, and then I think like YouTube pushed them in the recommended because they like got like a lot of views after I was done streaming, and it was kind of fascinating. I'm like, I don't know, are these really interesting to watch if it's not live? I don't know. Are they interesting to watch even if they are live? That's even a better question. Okay, so block. I changed this again. So where's ID here? Let's see all the errors. Yeah, this project is like fully from scratch. So if you if you want to get inspiration, you can look on the GitHub. That's linked somewhere. Because like this is like really, I don't use much, which makes it challenging, but it makes it fun. I used frameworks and stuff in the beginning. I kind of slowly got into doing it. It's like I got lower and lower level the further I went. Yeah, I think the version that's on the GitHub is like a year old now, so I should really go through and update that. I have like a private branch that I like work in, just because I'm like constantly like committing a bunch of stuff. Because I have a few different computers that I like switch between. So I'm always like kind of making nonsense commits just to move files back and forth. And like that doesn't need to be in the public GitHub repo. But yeah, I'll update that at some point. But it's just the source code for the engine, so you can, I don't know, take a look. Should be able to build it too. I don't know. You don't need much to build this. Like if you have like MSVC installed, you should just be able to run with that. There's like a build.batch file in here somewhere, like a build script. So you can like build it from the command line. So if I like go in here, File Explorer, so let me make sure this even works. So if I like build.bat this, and I press that project, vitality, demo, what? Wait, let me see, what does this need? Oh, I see, I need to be using boot. Yeah, I should change this. If I boot.bat, here we go. Yeah, you can just build from the command line. Which is cool. Like I have it structured right now where all the projects, they're just like in this projects directory within like the engine source. I don't know. So like I have all my projects in here. And I have a VS Code plugin that I wrote that basically just like adds a UI to the build.bat script. So like all this does is just like generates a command line and then calls what I just did in the console here. So like I can change like graphics to, I think OpenGL this works. Yeah, so now it's running OpenGL. It's just a command line argument. D3D11. There we go. Yeah, so like I have a plugin that lets me like pick projects and change these things, but it's all just generating a command line. And it's pretty self-contained as well. Like you don't need CMake, you don't need any crazy stuff like that to get this to work. You just need to have like MSVC if you're gonna use that. I think I can even specify that. Boot.bat. It's been a while since I actually used the command line. I think I can set like toolchain equals like GNU to do. Oh yeah. Yeah, cool. I actually don't know what that is. And maybe that's something I should know. Let me look it up. Vim motions. Oh, okay. Is this the wait, what is this? Is this just basically Vim controls but in VS Code? Is that what this is? Is what it looks like when I'm Googling this. Or is it just Vim controls in general? I tried. There was like a week period where I tried to learn to use Vim. Or like I think I was using Neovide. And like modal editing for text. And I'm just bad. I'm bad at that. I'm very much a point and click kind of person. Yeah, inspired or scared, I don't know. Because it's a lot. The idea is that the engine like essentially builds itself is like what I was going for with the philosophy. Where you have like there's like 3 phases to this. You have like the boot, and that just like builds the build tool. So this is like a really simple C++ project that can just be built like through one source file, right? It doesn't need a linker. And this like kickstarts the whole thing, right? It boots it, bootstrap. And then that launches the build executable, which actually is in charge of like the build executable is basically like what CMake does, but then a bunch of other stuff that my engine needs. So it like gathers all the source files and stuff, and it generates basically command line that ends up kicking off the compilers and the linker. It does other stuff then too, like it does the shaders and stuff, and it does the object system and the asset, like handling, getting all the assets into like a binary file. And then it compiles the game, and then it runs the game. But the cool thing is that you can kickstart the whole process by just running this one script here and passing in arguments, and they're like listed at the top what's accepted. And it should just work, is the theory. Some of this though I need to like go and clean up because I'm not happy with how some of it's set up. Currently I support like MSVC, Clang, and GCC, or like Clang++ and G++. Like the 3 main C++ compilers essentially. Which is nice because you can just like use all of them, and some of them give different warnings than the other ones, and some of them actually like generate better code, optimized code. But it's annoying because like MSVC and Clang, they use different like compiler arguments and linker arguments. So you end up with a lot of situations in the build tool where it's like generating command lines and, I don't know, MSVC wants you to use like, I don't know, -F for like the object file location. Whereas in LLVM, it's, let's see, what even is it? It's nothing, it's -O space. So I don't know. It's just a pain. But okay, what was I working on? I don't even remember now. I got distracted. Runtime, main, game. Was I working on generation? Oh no, I was working on the blocks, that's right. I was getting my block data to work. Yeah, so I'm going to actually make these blocks. Yeah. Yeah, so now I have like a crazy setup where I have yeah, it does support 3D. I can show that in a little second here. Let's see. I think this one is the project I'm looking for. Yeah, so it supports 3D. So I have like a little project I had when I was working on rendering here. I think I can take control of the mouse. Yeah, so it can load like OBJ files and render them. The 3D is like really basic though right now, because like the engine doesn't really do anything for you besides give you like an object loader and let you write shaders. So this is just like a simple shadow map. Yeah, it definitely is one of the most frustrating things. Yeah, I have a lot to say on that. It's frustrating. That's like one of the big downsides. And I personally don't like CMake very much. Yeah, so let me explain a little bit, because I sound crazy when I say that, I think. Or at least I can understand why people would think that. So I have used CMake, and I use it for other things, but for this engine, I decided not to use a build tool like CMake. So this source code that I just pulled up, this was, if I run this is the game I'm currently working on, basically rewriting, or porting over. See, it doesn't even run. Why? What happened? Let me close this. Open. I don't know what's going on here. Anyway, this is why I don't like CMake, because it just doesn't make any sense. But this project that should be running, but it's not, uses CMake. And yeah, here we go. And it's like, it worked. But I grew to not like it, because I wanted to have this build process run before the game is compiled, because as part of my build process, I generate C++ code that then has to get compiled into the project. And in my current engine, I do that for both the graphics backend. So there's a lot of graphics boilerplate code that needs to get, that I just generate for like linking, or not linking. It's like in the shaders, you have like uniform locations and stuff in OpenGL. And then there's like just binding locations for various things, mostly like uniforms or constants. So I generate code for that, and I generate code for the object system as well, because there's just a lot of information I want my engine to have that I don't want to be handwriting all the time. So I just have a little system that generates a lot of that for me, just on the fly every time I hit run. And in CMake, it's hard to, there's just no good way of setting up dependencies like that without it becoming very messy. I don't know how else to say it. So like here's my huge CMake file for this project. And there's like, okay, so I support different platforms, so I have to have like all this platform stuff in here. And so like where was the hack I had to do to even get that to work? Yeah, so like I have this weird hack in the CMake file. Where is it? It like has to create like a dummy file somewhere. Anyway, it's in here somewhere. Basically what I had to do is there's to let my little build tool run before the code gets compiled, I had to have CMake generate a file that served as just like some dummy thing it waits on because it can't proceed if the file doesn't exist. And that was just so that I can guarantee that my build tool has finished before CMake will start to like do its thing. And I'm sure there is like a good way to set this up. But like the more I thought about it, the more I just decided that I don't need CMake to do what I'm trying to do. Like I can just like write code that does this, and it's not that hard really. So I was like, well, why don't I just write the code that does this, and then now I have full control over like when things happen. So like what I do generate, I don't like fully do it from scratch. So in this engine, we can look at the output folder, output. So I do generate a build.ninja file. So this is like what my build tool basically creates. And yeah, that one was for Windows, I think. Yeah, I had to have platform ones. Yeah, so my current engine, it generates these build.ninja files. And Ninja is like a build system that it basically takes care of scheduling the compiler, I'm pretty sure. So like it can do like multiple source files at a time, right? Because you can parallelize some of that. And it, like Ninja also takes care of like caching the compilation, so you're not constantly just recompiling every time you run. So it's like it does that for you. Yeah. So what CMake? So yeah, where I'm getting at is CMake itself generates this Ninja file. CMake uses Ninja. CMake is just a thing that generates a Ninja file. So if we go to like the CMake output of this other project that uses CMake, and we go in here somewhere, let's go to output, and the project we were just running was the OpenGL one. Yeah. So here on the left, CMake has generated a build.ninja, right? If we zoom out, you can see it just generates this huge Ninja file. And then this is what runs, and then this is what, calls the compilers and does the linking. So you can see like, where are the compile flags here? It's like flags. Here are all your MSVC compiler flags. There's probably linker flags around here too somewhere. So yeah, CMake generates these. So all my engine does is I'm circumventing CMake, and I'm just generating these directly. And you can see like the CMake one generated like a 1100 line file, whereas mine just generates like, this is just how many source files I have in my project. So it's like, it's that long. It's as long as I need it to be. So I personally think, although it's a bit more like audacious to go out and make your own build tool, no, using Ninja is very simple actually. And that's what's weird about it. So like, it just looks scary, but it's actually not scary. And I think this is actually simpler because you can just look at the Ninja file and see exactly what's happening. Like if I have a problem with even if my build tool has a bug and it's generating some bad output in the Ninja file, I can just look at the Ninja file and see like, okay, obviously my command line is like busted because the arguments are wrong. So yeah, that's that's my rant. That's my cope. I'm coping. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm not saying like go do this. Like you can keep using CMake. CMake is really convenient because you don't need to go write your own build tool. But I was already like dedicated to the cause here, so I did it. And if I didn't have the other needs, like some of the other complicated stuff that happens, like generating code, I probably wouldn't have done this. But yeah, I would say it solves some of the annoyances and then creates others. So I'm not even gonna pretend that it's some great thing, but it works for like my game engine specifically. Like that's the other caveat is like my build system is not like a general C++ build system. It's like just for my game or my engine. So like it works really well with projects that are like following my structure, but I can't just go take this and use it just generally. So that's a downside, but the benefit, the upside is that my engine's really self-contained, I guess. And then on the shaders, yeah, there is shaders. That's a whole nother rant. I'm not sure if I want to get into it. But I do have shaders, and this kind of ties in maybe to the build system. So I can talk about it briefly. I kind of talked about it a bit earlier too. So I support multiple graphics backends. So I have OpenGL and DirectX working right now. And then I want to do Metal next for macOS. And each of those graphics APIs, they have a different shading language. So you have GLSL on Mac or on OpenGL. You have HLSL for DirectX. And then you have like .metal.mtl, I think, or something like that for Metal. It's basically its own shading language. And I was getting really annoyed about having to write duplicated shader code to support both backends. Like if I have a lighting shader, it was annoying to have to like write a GLSL version and an HLSL version. So as part of this game engine, I actually have my own little shader language that's that can be translated into GLSL or HLSL. Yeah, so yeah, there is a custom shader language. And yeah, that's not a dumb question. They can be, and that's basically what I did. I just ended up writing my own little language for it. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. That's true. That does exist, but it's not. I think you're thinking about SPIRV, .sprv, SPIRV or SPIRV, and that's like kind of becoming the standard. And I'm really hoping it does become the standard because I don't want to have like a shader translator. It would be nice. This is like one of my big gripes about the graphics programming industry in general is how there's like 3 different shader languages that all do the same thing. It's just they have their own like slight syntactical differences. And it's just annoying to have to write 3 versions of things just to support each. The issue is that for my issue currently is I don't have Metal supported, the Metal API, but I have my engine working on macOS right now. So I'm using like the macOS deprecated OpenGL support right now. And that only goes up to version 4.0 or 4.1. So it can't do SPIRV, like shading at all. So I guess like my solution would be I'd have to either write OpenGL and then translate over for DirectX, which could work. I don't know. It's a pain. I don't like thinking about it. But my solution right now is I have my own sort of common shader language that gets translated into GLSL or HLSL depending on what graphics backend I'm using. So I only have to write one shader and then it'll just work. So that's fun. All right, so doing blocks. I'm trying to think what I should do next. Probably should do the chunk pooling next. So let's do chunk pooling, because right now all the chunks are just allocating, and that's not really a good idea. All right. Let's make a chunk manager, and we'll see how where this gets us. I'm going mega viral. I don't even know how many there are. I can't see. I have this tiny screen here below my main screen, and I can't read the font. It's too small, so I don't even want to know how many viewers there are. Okay. How should I implement a chunk pool? Let's have like some stuff up here. Let's say there are 8 chunks in the pool to start out with. And each chunk has let's see. Trying to think how I want to structure this. So I guess when you request a chunk, maybe. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Appreciate the conversation. It's interesting. Streaming is actually kind of fun. Okay, let's think. I don't know what I want my chunk manager to actually give me. I need to think about this. But I want to pre-allocate my chunks, so I know that much, so I can start there. Chunks. It's null. Let's just start with the data allocation. So let's see. I'm currently working on what's happening here. I just started this project. Well, I just restarted this project earlier today, and I'm kind of just working on a lot of blocking out of systems at the moment. And for context of what the project is, I have the old version here. So this is like the project I'm currently working on re-implementing in this new engine I've been working on. So it's basically a Terraria clone, in essence. And I want to re-implement it. So I'm basically just porting a lot of stuff over and also kind of restructuring things. And right now I'm working on the chunk system. So let's see. And specifically, I'm basically working on the way the memory gets allocated for this. And I haven't decided if the game's going to have an infinite world or a fixed world yet. So I'm trying to like future-proof my ideas here. But the general concept is like Minecraft and basically every other game with a world you can traverse through. I need to load and unload memory as I move around, and it's done through chunks. And I need a system that allows me to basically get chunk memory when I need it. But there also has to be a limit because I can't just allocate infinite memory. So I want to be able to control that. So I have this chunk manager thing I'm working on, which should basically do all of that for me once I implement it. So a chunk manager. Yeah, well, I want the world itself should be infinite in size, so you can just keep moving forever. But you need a finite amount of memory allocated at one time, because obviously computers don't have infinite amount of memory. So essentially the system just needs to be able to recycle memory as it's not needed. Okay. And the chunk manager will basically just be a system that ensures that you never exceed the memory, I guess, budget for your world. So free. type def something up here. The game itself that I started today, it's weird to say, like, start from scratch, because I made the game engine from scratch, and I've been working on that for a while. So like all of the game engine systems itself, like rendering and like all the compiling stuff and all the systems for like the engine, that stuff I've been working on for like about 1.5 years now. But the actual game now that I'm making in the engine, I'm starting this from scratch today on New Year's Day, which is fun. So chunk ID. His name is ID, I guess. Yeah, when I say from scratch too, it's like actually is like from scratch, because I'm not using many libraries at all, other than like the graphics APIs themselves directly. And then there's like a couple libraries I'm using for like text rendering, just because I don't want to be like loading my own my font files and trying to rasterize them myself. I'm just not very interested in that. But I'm not using like SDL or anything like that for the game engine. It's all just kind of written directly on top of the operating systems. Yeah, I'm not using IO libraries either. It's just like directly interacting with the window. And I just did that because I thought it'd be fun as like a thing. I don't know. Okay, so we have chunk measure, and then we want like a function that gets us a chunk. Maybe I should have like a chunk handle or something. Yeah, it's a lot more time consuming, but you learn a lot, because I had a stream the other day. I don't know if anyone here saw it, but I was working on getting copy and paste to work. So like I have a couple projects here. So this little project. So here's a project where I was working on the UI system a few weeks ago, and I have like a little text, just a bunch of widgets, and here's a text editor widget. And I was getting copy and paste, you know, Control C, Control V to work. And you can paste like in between apps too, you know, as you would expect from a text editor. But I'm doing this without like libraries, right? So I have to like interact with like Windows operating system and MacOS and Linux. And it took me like, I went into that thinking it was going to be maybe a 45-minute to an hour long project, right? You just have to, I don't know, how hard can copy and paste be, right? Well, Linux has a very convoluted way of doing copy and paste. So it ended up taking me like 4.5 hours to figure out how to get copy and paste to work on Linux. So it's like I spent 4 hours. Yeah. Yeah, I'm using like Win32 API for like actually like creating the window itself. And it's not a lot of code, honestly. It's just like, I don't know. I can show you. like the window. So if I go to Windows, and like up to the top, it's like, where's my init function? Like here's creating a Windows on, yeah. Yeah, so I am using like the C runtime. I'm not avoiding the C runtime. But yeah, it's like, I'd like to create a window on Windows. I'm just calling like functions from, well, I have this weird system here. Functions from like windows.h, which is from, yeah, like Win32. But like to create a window on Windows, it's like I write this function one time and I never have to think about it again. Well, the answer to that question is because I find that fun. So like I'm just programming for fun, not for like a commercial reason. Like I have a job that I work to, I don't know, to do as a job to make money. And then I just enjoy programming. So I'm doing this just for me. So this is fun for me. I don't know, it's interesting to be able to like see exactly how Windows works and how Linux works. Like here's how you create the window in Linux. Where is it? Init. Here we go. It's like the same code. It's just like, okay, now you're talking to the X11. I mean, it might sound like a waste of my time, but it might sound like a waste of my time, but at the same time, like it's the stuff I've learned has allowed me to, I don't know, get a fairly decent job that pays well. So, I mean, it depends how you define a waste of your time. It's worked out for me, and I don't really have any complaints. So I'm just gonna keep doing it. I mean, it's not like I'm against game engines. I used game engines for the majority of my programming experience, or like my game making experience. So I don't know. I don't have to justify it, I guess, but yeah. Yeah, and like that's the other thing. It's not like I'm making like Grand Theft Auto 6 or something. I'm just like making a simple thing. I don't know. Like I was saying earlier on the stream, it's like I kind of find the engine stuff more fun than actually making games. So that's just how I am. But I do like making games too, so I'm working on some. But I don't know. You have to like doing what you're doing, otherwise why do it, right? So I don't know. It's my moral lesson, my moral story here. I'm not saying go do what I'm doing. Like if you don't want to do it, I'm not saying you have to do it my way. I'm making no grand declarations here. I have no plans for a public release of the engine either. I should say that. While the code is available, you can view it. I'm just not gonna I'm not trying to make a product out of this or anything. Like I'm not gonna compete with Unreal Engine or something. It's just not my. That's not my vision. I started this about early last year, basically this time last year. But I didn't work on it at all over the summer. So like it's mostly been, I would say I'm like 7 or 8 months into the actual engine itself, if I'm gonna like count time that I've spent actually working on it. But yeah. Okay, so let's go back to the game. Okay, chunk manager. So we need like a handle. I have a layer of indirection between chunk memory and actually accessing it, which I think is good. Yeah, yeah, I don't know. I find it really fun. Kind of like a broken record saying that, but let's see. Yeah, maybe this will just return a chunk directly, actually. No, I want a handle. Or do I want a pointer? Let's do a pointer. I didn't do a chunk system like this in my last project, which is why I'm thinking a bit more about this. I think this is what I want to do, though. DirectX and OpenGL right now. So I can switch between both because I can switch between... I support all the main operating systems right now. So like the engine works on Linux, Windows, and Mac. So I use DirectX mainly on Windows, and then I have an OpenGL renderer as well for Linux and Mac. But eventually I plan to get rid of OpenGL and do Vulkan and Metal instead of OpenGL. Okay, so we return a chunk. So let's implement these. Okay. So the get function is just gonna like get me a chunk, and if it fails, it'll just return a null pointer chunk or something. So let's do the failure cases first. So if current is at capacity, where is this? Then no more chunks available. Yeah, this is basically what I'm doing. I'm not doing static. Well, I guess I could. Basically what I'm doing is I originally had the chunk system where it's just like each chunk is just like allocating itself in place, and then as the world gets bigger, you have more chunks that need to be allocated, which is not a smart way of doing it. So this chunk manager thing is essentially a chunk pool, where like it has a capacity, like it has like 8 chunks, and then the world, as you move around, will like request a chunk, and then the chunk manager will either give it one that it's like has in the pool that's free to be like used. Otherwise it'll like fail, like if you've used all the chunks. And that way I'm only allocating one block of memory for the chunk, which is what I'm doing. Well, I'm not actually doing that here, am I? There's already an indirection layer here. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just kind of writing stuff that should work first, and then I think as I develop more, I'll see kind of the direction I want it to go. because it can be hard to like spec all this stuff out when you don't actually have all the systems in. And then let's see. So if yeah. It's like kind of fun though doing that, because like eventually you do like kind of ping pong back and forth, kind of changing stuff, but you do like hone in on the right solution most of the time. Depends how far along you get though. Like how bad was your original assumption? It can be catastrophic sometimes if you make like a really bad design. Yeah, what else? Make sure I don't miss chat messages here. Yeah, like to what Frankie said about C++. I try to write my code in kind of a C-styled way. I'm using some C++ syntax sugar in here, actually, so I can't really say that, but I like the simplicity of C as well. And like one of C++'s problems, in my opinion, is that I think it's like, as a language, it tries to do a lot. It's like C++ is just like a really big language. And I think it can get a bit overwhelming if you're trying to use all the new features like all the time. So I just like, I try to simplify it as much as possible. Like I don't mind using like a raw pointer to things. Like I understand the safety, the safety reasons behind using like the smart pointers. And like if I was working in a code base that wasn't my own, I would use them probably, but since it's just like all my code and I know what everything does, I don't mind just using raw pointers like C. Just a lot of that stuff, I don't know. I think it makes the language simpler when you don't worry about all of this extra stuff. Okay, so we get free chunk, and then we have to increment. So we have to increment current to the next available slot. If all right. Yeah, that's true. Okay. And release is just the opposite, so if I'm already not a fan of this. Okay, let me think. Let's just roll with this for now. And then if I is less than current, then current equals I. Or we can just make this. I was trying to avoid having this like extra chunk handle thing, but I think I'm gonna do it. I mean, this is essentially just like a little allocator. Like, it's like you get a pointer and then you free it. Like, it's just like allocate and free, basically. But to free it, it's like I'm just sort of scanning from top to bottom in the pool, looking to see, like, is this pointer, like, where is it in the list? Like, where is it in the array? And then if it finds it, then it frees it successfully. And maybe that's fine. Like, is it okay to seek all the time? Like, linearly search through the list of chunks in the pool? Probably fine. I don't know. It's simple. You just work with pointers. Yeah, I'm back. Back for the new year with the live streams. So I think this should work now, hopefully. Let's see. What else do I need to do? I think I'm gonna do the handle. I think it makes the code clearer. Because otherwise now my world has to store, for the chunks that are actually like being stored, that the world kind of owns, it's like I would need to store a list of chunk pointers. So now I have like now you're working with like the double pointer syntax. Like if I now if I go into world here, so like this is how I was doing it until the chunk manager. So like now this needs to become like chunk pointer chunks. So it's a pointer to a set of chunk pointers. And that's fine. But I don't think it's like intuitive how that's supposed to work. Like it's error prone, I think. Like I could easily see myself messing that up. So just to save myself a headache in the future, I'm just gonna make this a little wrapper, which is essentially yeah, pretty much. That's what I'm doing. And it's just done through these chunks, which is just like a block of tiles, a chunk full of tiles. And I'm just trying to figure out, I'm just trying to work out like what's the right sort of data structure at a high level for doing that. And I'm like kind of going back and forth of how I want to do this. But I think I want to use chunk handles. So like you get a chunk handle and you free it through the handle. And then the handle can like have a bit of payload on it, which makes other things a little more efficient. Like now I can store, so you still have the pointer to the chunk, right? Like chunk. And you might have like an additional thing, like here is its, well, yeah, let's do like the chunk, and then you might have its like, I don't know, index into the pool or something. And by default, these would be 0, 0, which means that you have an invalid chunk that doesn't exist for some reason. And then, let's see. So when you get a chunk, we basically just create a chunk handle thing. Handle.chunk equals the pointer to that chunk. Handle.index equals the current index that it was in the pool. And then we return the handle. So it's like a little indirection layer. And we gotta change this. And I guess we would return a null handle so we can make a little constructor thing for this. And remove that. Actually, let's do that. We don't need to do that anymore. Actually we do. Chunks. See, I wouldn't have noticed that bug. I was missing that S, and it wasn't warning me because I had a local variable called chunk. And I was trying to index into a local variable as if it were an array. And then I would probably bang my head for an hour trying to figure out why that was happening. Okay, now we can check this chunk handle. And assert. So I guess we can just, so if chunk dot I'm gonna change this to be like chunk dot pointer. And then I can skip this linear search because now I just know exactly where this thing is. Yeah, I've seen Handmade Hero. Yeah. Yeah, Casey Muratoro, I forget his last name. Yeah, it's a good series. I haven't watched like the whole thing, but I've seen episodes. And I like the content he puts out in general. Okay. do that. Yeah, I'm still not a big fan of this. Okay, we'll just keep rolling though. Alright, what's the problem? Yeah, I killed some of this stuff, didn't I? I can change this though. So let's get this just back in a working state because I've killed it. We can get it back. So I need to. Let's see. I might change this to like chunk grid or something. And then on here we'll also store the world size just for convenience. Maybe. Or no, that doesn't make sense. There's also like some separations of concerns type of things I'm dealing with here. Like I'm trying to make it so the chunk knows as little as possible about the rest of like the game or like the world itself. Like each chunk shouldn't really care where it was allocated, how it was like created. So it's like, but there are some tricky things like when you draw the chunk. Actually, no. Maybe it's just answered my own question, my own problem I was having. Because right now I'm drawing this chunk, and like when I'm offsetting it at rendering, I was like trying to figure out where its position is in the world based on its ID. But this is not really the correct way of doing it. Like I should just be passing in, okay, you draw at this position instead. So like. So then, let's see, X, Y. I need to change these loop variables as well before I do that. Otherwise I'm gonna be in for a bad day here, so block X. And let's see. I don't know why I'm using 64-bit integers for this as well. It's kind of dumb. I'm never gonna have a chunk that would exceed that. I can just use an integer. Okay, let's see. And this can just be X and Y. me change that up here. And then, let's see, it's mad here, mad there. Yeah, and then I will change this to be a position because that's what's actually useful. It's like IDX. I'll make this 0. Okay, cool. I'll keep this use 64. Let me delete this for now. And then I need to change this to... I'm just going to put this in the drawing code just because it makes more sense there. Let's call this chunk pool since it makes it's very clear what the chunk pool is. And then I can't do this anymore, which is unfortunate. All right. Yeah, so this becomes chunk handle. So, and then we need to allocate chunk pool. So the world has a chunk pool. And it's actually the chunk pool that does this. So we just do generate chunks now. So now we just get one, and then we can have a little Boolean override. We can do some of these on this guy. It's basically if pointer is not equal to null and index is greater than 0, then that thing is valid. And then we can also do an operator overload for the arrow accessor, wherever this thing is. And what's cool about these is we can put little assertions in here where if you try to access a chunk that isn't allocated for some reason, we can at least log that that's a thing you tried to do. So that's always convenient. And then, yeah, let's put these up here. So in the world, we basically, yeah, so we can actually, yeah, so you get the handle, which is like in the grid, and then we give it a chunk, and then if that thing is valid, then we try to generate it. And then we generate chunk. We can also do a overload on, let's see. Overload that. Can make, let's see. I usually don't like hiding things away behind operator overloads because then you like don't actually know what's happening, but I think that's fine in this case. But like I can just like dereference the handle here now, and I think that should just work. So like, yeah. I'm actually going to change this syntax though, to be honest. I'm gonna have this return whether it succeeds or not, and then if it does, this is like the handle that you want to modify. So then this is just false. Handle that pointer equals that. And then so that way the syntax is just simply, you basically, if this succeeds, then you know that you can just, I mean, maybe I'll like do like chunk handle, chunk equals this. And then if this succeeds, then you know you can generate it. Yeah, that's just the thing I want. I want cheap viewers from steamboo.com. Now we have that. So maybe I'll even early out here so it's even more obvious what's happening. Delete that. a manageable amount of errors. This must return a value. Return true. Okay, doesn't work. Is it because they're not drawing, or is it because of, let's see, did it fail to actually allocate anything? Okay, so that did work. I just actually never allocated the memory for these things in the chunk pool. That's right. Yeah, so I need to actually allocate chunk memory. And then we want to free the chunks as well. Pool memory, we allocate pool memory, free chunks. All right, and then last thing we need to do that we forgot to do. Okay, now all the chunks work, but they're drawing on top of each other, which is weird. Let's figure that out. I think that's just a drawing problem rather than a, what's happening? This isn't the right chunk. Yeah, that's what it is. So it should be times chunk size times block size. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, so my chunk pool allocator is working, it appears. So I had the pool set to do 8 chunks, but now we can do some more fancy stuff with this. So let me just increase the, let's see. If we make this a big number, like 128, I guess it's not that big, but. So you get all the chunks. But now I'm gonna make it so the world, oh, double ran. Make it so the world is a lot bigger. And then we'll allocate chunks around the camera. So let's make the world just like massive, I don't know. 124 by 1024. And then as the camera moves, it will try to load and unload chunks. Yeah. So maybe storing chunks in a hash map is the way to go, actually. I don't really like hash maps, but I think that's the way to do it. All right, but I'll be right back in 1 second. All right, I'm back. Where is it saying generate? Here it is. Move that. We don't need that anymore. Yeah, so now the chunk pool works for actually like allocating chunk memory, or at least like getting a chunk when you need one. But the world still needs to actually track what chunks it has and like where they are. Because as you move around, it has to like unload chunks that are far away. And I was going to avoid using like a hash map to basically index chunks, because I was like thinking maybe there's a way I can just do it directly somehow, but I think the hash map is actually the way to go. So I'm going to do a hash map, and then I'll think about that a bit harder later. Yeah. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Right now it's basically basically a Terraria clone is what I'm working on at the moment. Yeah, to answer your question, Gecko, I don't know anything about Rust, so I have no answer. Okay, so let's see. Let's just do this with a hash map and see what happens. Include core hash map. I have to remember how my hash map API even works. So the key will be yeah, so under the hood I have OpenGL and DirectX 11 in the engine right now. And I can switch between them. So like there's a renderer that I've sort of abstracted over those two APIs. And in the future I plan to expand towards like the other ones, Vulkan and Metal. And DirectX 12 is like the goal, having those three, but I'm not really focused on the graphics stuff right now. Okay, so let's just do like a U32. Do I have a 64-bit hash actually? Traits, core traits, I don't remember. Oh, I do. I think. No, I don't. No, I do have a 64-bit hash. I'm gonna use a 64-bit hash for now. Okay, so let's see. And then the value is just these chunk handle things. So if yeah, so I actually don't want to do any of this now. Let me just block out this whole function, and then we'll take bits that we want to keep. I'm gonna call it the chunk map. What's nice about the hash map approach is I can just iterate through the map pretty efficiently. Though really, it should be the chunk pool that actually takes care of updating the chunks, shouldn't it? The chunk map is just for knowing where to render them. Yeah, because when let's write an update function. So let's just start writing some stuff. Yeah, what I'm trying to do is I'm basically just making a chunk generation allocator thing. Basically a system that manages chunk memory allocation and like a way of basically indexing chunks easily through just like an ID. And I'm just kind of like rough drafting ideas right now. I'm probably going to come through this a few more times and just like change stuff around. But I'm just seeing what I like the most. I haven't been too happy so far with what I have. But like this would then be min, or these would be maxed with 0, so we don't exceed the world width, and then this would be min with world size, so that way we never exceed. Let's see. Our world dimensions. Yeah, essentially, that's the system I'm doing. You'll see once I get this working, which shouldn't be too long. I'm just I need to get some of this done before it works again. So let's see, let's just do this. True. So we have like a chunk ID we need to get from these numbers. And this can be U32s because everything's positive now. And then a U64 index is, or maybe key is, I'll shift the Y over 32 bits. And then I will OR it with X. And then we have a 64-bit key, which is overkill, but that's how it is. And then we can just check if the hash map. So I forgot what my interface is for the hash map. I don't really use the hash map too much. So chunk map. So it's like chunk handle equals chunk map dot get, I think. Or no, contains. I think I need actually contains. So if not contains, then we need to generate this thing. So now we can just generate that thing. Equals. So we get a chunk. If that failed, then we just break. I don't know. We just continue, I guess. Since this should not fail, but it might. Oh, yeah. Maybe I do want it to just return this. So that makes that interface, oh yeah, it should be like that. And then that makes that easier. So where's world here? Handle dot ID All right, so that should generate chunks as the camera moves, so we can test that almost immediately. Let's make sure we can draw this. So now this is just as easy as looping through this. Chunk handle. What's the problem? Did I not write the iterator for this? I thought I did that. I definitely did. What did I miss though? What's the issue? My name. I am now the x84 instruction set version of Jared. That's me. So don't get it mistaken. What's this problem? This should just work. Why is this not working? Chunk map. And a chunk is a chunk handle. Is it not returning the value? Is that it? Is it iterating through the keys or something? So if I do a chunk handle, this is weird. Reference not const qualified cannot be initialized to a type, value of type. I think I just messed this up. All right, let's see. Core. I thought I had that working. It's so weird. Forward iterator. Oh, it's returning a key value. Oh, that's weird. I don't know if I like that. I'm not a big fan of that. Why am I doing that? I don't need the key. I mean, it's fine. I can just do that now, but... x84, x64, true. True. Yeah, pizza rolls are good sometimes. I once burned my mouth on them really bad though, so I don't really eat those anymore. That's a story for another day though. I'm gonna change this. I don't like this setup. Dot value. So that's how I do it now. Now in theory, if I move the camera around, I should just be able to set null. I don't have a set null version of what? I need to implement the set null. That's right. Of what? U32. Probably going to type set null. Where is this turn happen? Hash map. Maybe the hash map just wasn't the shout, honestly. Let's try a 32-bit key. I just hate hash maps. They're like nice, they're convenient, but I'm always having problems with hash maps. Let's make this a 32-bit key though, and then we'll see if that's the problem. I think it's my actual type though that doesn't have a null version of itself, but we'll see. World. So we'll just OR this with 16. Okay, so now if we move around, yeah, now we're getting some chunks generated. They're not actually doing anything though, because we're not calling generate on them. So let's do that. Yeah, and then we're filling up the chunk pool almost immediately. So we need to make that bigger. So we can make the pool like 64 chunks or something. Now as we travel around, the chunk pool fills up. And I guess the cool thing about the hash map is you can just loop over it. True. I can just loop over it. I've already decided though that this is not, I'm going to change this, but we're going to get this to work and then we'll revisit. But now we want to unload chunks that are far away. So first we'll unload chunks. So basically anything that isn't in this region will just get unloaded. So unload chunks, and then load and generate chunks. So we'll loop over all of the, with this very ugly hash map syntax, we'll loop over all of the chunks. And so chunk handle. That's crazy. What happens if you have like collisions? Does it happen so infrequently that it doesn't matter? Because I always like, my fear is that that breaks stuff. But I don't know. I don't know. It's like this theoretical realm where your hash map might have a collision that ends up causing some catastrophic issue. Wait, I didn't realize there's all this spam in the YouTube chat. Let me fix that. Okay, here we go. I think it should be fixed. I didn't realize. So I have this little app on here on my little streaming tablet thing where I could block people, but I guess it only blocks them from me being able to see them. So I guess YouTube was just getting spammed with yeah. Like the ultimate problem I'm trying to solve with this is like, as you move around the world, you have a bunch of chunks that can trail behind, right? And it's like, you need to be able to unload them. So you need like to either keep a list of chunks that you've generated and then sort of loop through the list every so often and free the old ones. And that's like one problem that solves. And then the other problem is you need to be able to like when you have like a position, you need to be able to get the chunk from a position so you can actually like access its data. So there needs to be some sort of way for you to do that. So it's like you either have a hash map or you linear search a list, or yeah. It's like you hash map, linearly search a list of chunks, which is slow, or you just have a giant array and you just index directly. That's like the three solutions that come to mind. I'm trying to think if there's like any other way you could do it. You could have multiple data structures. Like you could have yeah. Because like I know how many chunks could possibly exist because that's like my chunk pool limit, right? Like if I have 64 chunks that can exist, that's the limit. So the rolling array makes sense actually because it's like you know the size and you know you'll never need more than that. And I guess when you index a chunk, you just have to like linear search like into that. Or you can just hash map that and like I don't know, you could probably optimize for the size of your chunk pool with your hash function or something. I don't know. But anyway, so let's just do like point in rectangle. This is a fun little function. Do I have an integer version? I do. So like something like that might work. We'll see if this just catastrophically fails on me. Yeah, it does. I think what's happening is the chunks are doubling. They're generating on themselves like doubly. So when I free a chunk, I need to actually reset its data as well. So I need like a chunk clear function or something. Let's do it down here. Which is basically but just this. Say 0 it. Oh, that wasn't the problem, really? Based? All right, what was the problem? Did that just not work at all? Memory set, data, 0, chunk size bytes. So that should be fine. I guess the question is, was I just getting multiple chunks assigned at the same time? Was that the problem? Let's see, let's like really inspect what's going on here. So if I like delete, oh, I can't even click anymore. I broke clicking. Let's fix clicking. Let's see. Oh, I just completely broke clicking. World update. Else you'll just update it, chunk. Okay, clicking is working again. So when I had like a duplicated chunk thing, what was happening here? That's based. So like this should be down there. So let's see. Maybe I should clear it when you actually get it too. That'll do it. No, it's not working perfectly, unless I just don't actually have enough chunks here. How many do I have? 8. 16. That's 18 chunks. Now I should definitely have more than 18 chunks in the pool. Yeah, I have 64. So I'm like missing some. So why is that happening? I can delete this stuff now as well. Just spam how many I have allocated here in the console. just make the region really big too. -6 to 6. So most of this is just a color theme. I just have my own theme I made. I have this extension down at the bottom though, which is one I made for the engine. And it's basically, all it does is it just generates a command line, like a command that then runs. Yeah, you're probably thinking of like frustum culling. Okay, let's make this like 256. So I think the problem is actually my hash map. It's like the hash map should definitely be seeing that this thing can generate, and then, well, I guess the other question is, what is the state of the chunk pool? Because it could be that the chunk pool is filled up. Let's see. Pool. There's like something bad going on with the state here. No, I don't think that's the problem. Yeah. It's like somewhere along the line, it's not thinking it should be grabbing chunks for some of these. But it's weird because I move around, it like kind of changes which chunks fail. So it could be that my chunk pool thing itself is not working either. So if I just set it to a small number, like 1. Wait, that didn't work. What did I just set to 1? Oh no. Did I set nothing to 1? It should be 1. And I set this back to something reasonable, like okay, yeah, it didn't free itself correctly, so I need to fix that. The chunk pool is just not freeing, because it's saying that it's at index 1, but it should be at index 0 if that happened. Let's see, what did I mess up? So when it releases, it returns. And if chunk.index is less than current. Oh, I see. This should be index -1. Yeah, that's right. I had a weird off by 1 thing going on. So now if I move around, that might have actually just been the whole issue. Now let's go and make this big again. It's always these like off by 1 errors that get you. Yeah, okay, that's actually the behavior I expect. So I don't have enough chunks to actually satisfy like the full view. but it should be at 8 because that's what I've set the pool limit to be. So it's just always recycling those 8 chunks. So if I put this up to something like 64, then yeah, we get the whole suite of chunks here. And they free and sort of fix themselves as necessary. I mean, in theory, now I have an infinite world. But like, I technically don't have an infinite world because I'm still like hashing the chunk IDs in some way. So I actually don't know how people do infinite worlds because you still have to generate a hash value somehow. And like, do you just guarantee that the hashes, or you just accept that the hashes aren't always unique? I guess it doesn't matter, does it? Maybe I'm overthinking it. So let's make this. Let's see. Let's make this something like 5. Now the real system would be a bit more intelligent than this. So right now I'm just like immediately clearing chunks as they leave space, like as they leave the sort of active region in the middle of the screen. But if I have a chunk pool that can like have, I don't know, 500 chunks in memory at once, which let me see how much like data is that actually. So like a chunk is 32 blocks by 32 blocks. I'm actually gonna have 3 layers of blocks as well, so this is times 3. And then each block was 8 bytes. So this is how many bytes per chunk. So what is that in kilobytes? So it's 24 kilobytes per chunk. So if you had like 1,000 chunks, that's 24 megabytes of RAM to store 1,000 chunks in memory. Which is really not anything at all, to be honest. So like, the game would ideally sort of just start to like generate chunks out in advance as you stand somewhere. So like you get the ones that like you immediately need, but then there'd be another, I guess the system in the background would also try to like load all the chunks you might also want to see if you move in the future, and the like chunks you've been to, you might want to keep those loaded so you can do updates on them. But eventually you might hit the limit, so that you need to like evict old chunks at some point. So you'd have some eviction mechanism probably. Whereas right now I'm just like have a very basic system here. So like if we just stop. If we only evict chunks if they're at capacity, then we can watch this happen. Here, let me figure out, I keep forgetting I should be in the world here for this. It's kind of weird to have this in the world. I should have like this should be in the generation file somewhere. But yeah, so like if chunk map.count is like at the chunk pool capacity, then maybe we'd want to like evict a chunk. We still want to update though. Update chunks. So we update those. And then maybe we return. This will remove one per frame, which is not ideal, but so now the chunks will kind of like stick around until new ones are needed. Now you see them getting unloaded over here. So it kind of like trails behind. And then you would probably also sort them by distance. So I'm not sorting by distance here. So you're getting some weird like broken areas. So I could sort them. Yeah, I think what I'm actually gonna do once I come back and rewrite this is the chunks are like important enough to have their own sort of data structure, I think. So like I would basically just implement my own sort of hash map-ish thing just for the chunks because they're like a very important game engine. Like they're a very important feature for the game. And then as part of that system, I would maybe also like sort them automatically. So you like can easily just sort of filter by which chunks are nearest or furthest away. I don't know if I want to do that right now though. I'm kind of lazy. Okay, I'm gonna commit this stuff to the Git repository. Chunk generation. And I'm just gonna make sure it still works on the other operating systems. Once it loads. All right, here we are. Let's try it here. Ooh, see, it doesn't work here. Do I just have to clear the cache? Is that why? No, it doesn't work here. Oh, yeah, of course. See, this is why it's good that I test, because I was like, have a typo here in this assertion. So it's actually the assertion that was written incorrectly, which is kind of funny. Now we'll test Mac as well. once my screen switches. There we go. Okay, sweet. Trying to think of what I want to do next. Let's get some other macros here. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the hash map, if I'm going to be honest. I think I'm going to change the chunk though, so it has the 3 block layers as well. Chunk. Which shift left are you talking about? This one? Yeah, this is just, this is like, so I'm like this is bit packing, is what I'm doing. So basically I'm trying to make this struct as small as possible. So right now I have it 8 bytes large, and I have like the first 32 bits just to be a bunch of like miscellaneous payload that's on this struct. And 12 bits of which, as defined up here, are like the identifier for what type of block it is. But I could change these around by just modifying this, like these macros up here. And it's just like a little shorthand, I guess. Because like this will evaluate to be like 1 shifted 12 times, which is 4096. So this macro will just be 4096 as like a value. But if I change this to be like, I don't know, 10, it'll evaluate to something else. Whatever 1, whatever 2 to the 10th is. It's just a way of making sure I don't have to like edit things in multiple places. Because if I have to do that, I'll just certainly forget and then something will break. So I need to add more up here though. Yeah, hopefully my explanation made sense. Oh, this should be up here. This is some crazy music. Stressing me out. What is this music? This is insane. What is happening? It's just too intense for what's happening on screen right now. Yeah, so basically blocks have a lot of stuff going on. Most blocks are simple, like stone is a very straightforward block. But like maybe the word block isn't even the right term for what's happening, because there might be blocks that actually like do stuff. Like trying to think of an example. Like in Minecraft you have a furnace and you can smelt stuff in the furnace. Now the block itself is like the thing that you place on the ground, but Minecraft, or maybe in Minecraft a chest is a better example, because you like place a chest but then it renders as an entity, so like you see the chest and when you open it it has a little animation, but the the thing that actually gets stored in the world memory for the chunk doesn't include all the items, but it still has to like represent that somehow. So there's, I'm doing a terrible job of explaining it, but essentially there's a lot more to a block than just like what type of block it is. And all these bits I'm assigning are just various properties that I'm going to allow blocks to have. So, yeah. Like, I guess maybe immediately I can show an example. So, like, block ID, this, like, top level one, that's like, okay, is this dirt? Is this stone? Is this, like, grass? And then this micro block is, this is like a concept I have in my engine where that's how I'm handling, like, shapes of blocks. So if I open up this project, and you can kind of see what blocks actually look like as assets. So here's like, I don't know, a dirt block. I just prefer it that way. I like them being next to each other. But yeah, so this is like a dirt block. So you have like the main full block, and then you have like all of its stairs, and then you have like little quarter blocks, and then slabs. So that's like what I call micro blocks in my engine. And there are, let's see, I guess there are 13 of these. So I reserve 4 bits, which is 16 different variations, because you either have 8 or 16. And 16 is 13 fit in 16. Yeah. So essentially, I still want in my world memory to like represent a block as this 8-byte large thing, but how it's actually stored in memory depends on basically some of these high-level properties. And then I have a union down here, which I haven't filled in yet. I'm kind of working on that now, which allows me to store other metadata depending on like what type of thing it is. Yeah, essentially. It just allows me to like pack in a lot of information in a small footprint, which is important because there are a lot of blocks. Yeah, like down here, essentially what's happening is I have this union. So this means whatever's in here is going to share basically the amount of memory it takes up. So they'll like overlap each other. And these are 32 bits large, all of these things. So like this is 32 bits. So that's like this. This is 32 bits. That's this. And then this is just like you need this so it knows how big. Or I think I put this here just so I can zero it out. Yeah, but basically I have a flag then up here in this sort of high level section, which like if this is true, then that means that this block has this data and I can access it through this sort of interface. And then if that's false, then I access this. And each of these store different things. Like if I look at what a block is, so this is like, this contains like information about, this is actually kind of for rendering. But in this engine, blocks are going to have little detail that can like stick out of them. Like dirt might have little roots that stick out, or like little stones that stick out. And those are kind of like separate things. But each block can kind of randomly have that. And that can change depending on like weather. Like snow would be something that would go on here. Like if it snows, there might be a detail layer of snow that gets overlaid on top of the block. And that's just a way of tracking that within, I guess, the memory footprint I've reserved myself. But the block might represent something more complicated, like a chest, or like, I don't know, like a moving contraption, like a gear that moves around or something. And then if that's true, then it goes through this structure, which basically just has some information about how to actually find the object that is represented by this, I guess, block in the world. So this will like indirect to some other data structure that I'll need to keep track of. But ultimately it's just a way of sort of cataloging information in a sort of accessible, straightforward way, I guess. Now, I didn't just freestyle this code just now. I'm actually looking at my other project where I've sort of figured this out. So like, I've thought about this a lot in the past when I've tried to solve this problem. I'm just bringing the code over here and making sure it's still how I like it. And I don't think there's anything I'm going to change, so. And like, if I ever want to, I could just increase the size of a block. Like I just picked 8 bytes because it's like small enough where, I don't know. Like I could easily just double it and make it 16 bytes and it probably wouldn't really change anything. And then I have a lot more information I can use for just whatever I need it for. No, I don't. This is actually like my first go at streaming. I had a few the other week, a couple weeks ago. I want to do it more this year though. I just haven't really thought of a schedule yet. I think at least weekly would be fun. I'm not sure if I can't really do every day. I have some, I get busy, so yeah. The thing is, I have today off from work because it's New Year's, so I was able to stream this afternoon. But usually, I'm kind of busy throughout the day, and then I don't have a ton of time in the evenings, so it's kind of unfortunate. But ideally, I don't work, but I'm not sure if writing a game engine from scratch is the fastest way of not having to work. So. Maybe someday. Let's see. I can get rid of this spam as well. Yeah, so I can finish doing these actually. I'm just gonna copy some of this over from other project. One thing I will want to change with this new version is I have a lot of this block information just sort of hard coded into this one file as like these constant tables. It's kind of baked into the game. I think ideally I should load these from a file rather than like hard coding them in. But I'm not sure yet what that's going to look like. Yeah. I think it's fine for certain things. Like, if you have like fixed like memory budgets, I'm usually fine with it because it's like I kind of know that there's just like some hard-coded limit. But yeah, magic numbers aren't really great. Like I can change these out now. Generation. The issue is I sort of like, in the game code, I'm going to be doing a lot of... Oh yeah, this is just a little... It's actually kind of a dumb define I have. I can show it off. It's just an enum that I type def. Or I like just... It's an enum that I name, but I don't want it to be like an enum class because then you can't assign it as like an integer value. So it's literally just this. It's like using this name is equal to this type, and then it just starts the definition for an enum. It's kind of dumb, but I actually like it because then I can just use this as like an alias for my enum. So if I like want to take this in as a function, like a parameter to a function, I can just write block ID rather than like having to remember that, oh yeah, I want block ID to be a uint32. Because the problem is in C++ you can do like enum class, I think, and then you can do like block ID, like class, I don't know, block ID C in the end because I already have one. And then you can like define these things. But these actually like are treated as, it's weird. Let me just demonstrate how annoying this is. You probably know, but if I go into main here and I just make one of these things, like example enum, and then like A, caps lock, B, And like if I want to like add these together as like an integer for some reason, which sometimes happens, it's like value equals a plus b. Like it's not going to allow this. Well, yeah, obviously you need to do this too. Yeah, but it doesn't allow this because you need to override the plus operator for this thing. And it's just not ideal. Whereas if I just do like enum type, I also have enum. This is another dumb one I have, but it does the same thing. Oh no, let's do enum type. Then I can like do this as an integer. Then you're allowed to do this, right? Like these are just integers. But the cool thing is you can make this like a uint64, and it'll like know it's a uint64 as well. So I find that useful. How long have I been using C++? About 4 years. I lost my stone. What happened? Stone. I mean, there is no difference. It's just a little enum syntax sugar. Because otherwise, I would have to write. Well, okay, I didn't explain that fully. What the problem I was solving was. I mean, it's not really a problem. It's just like a preference, I guess. But like, say I have a function up here, like I don't know. Let's make some space. So I have like a static function. I'm trying to think what I could even use that for right now. It's like maybe I have a function that's like set state, right? Like set game state. And I take in a game, and I take in a state of something, some variety of state, right? Like an integer, you could do like an integer state, right? And then you like do something with this, and then like traditionally you just have an enum of like state, I don't know, game, state menu, state pause, right? You have like those states. And like the intention is that you pass in these enum states to this function. But if you just see this function and you like forgot how you implemented it, you have to like remember what the thing is that you're trying to use. Now in C++ land, you use an enum class, which for this case works fine because like you're not actually using them as integer values. You're using them as sort of like just states, some identifiable thing. So in C++ land, you do this, and then you have like game, menu, pause. I guess, and then you change this to taking a state, right? So now when you use this function somewhere, it's like, oh yeah, set game state. And then you pass it a state menu. Yeah, so like that's it. That's basically how you do it in C++. The problem, like I said before, is that like some of the times I use enum, it's sometimes I use enums as values as well as like, or I use them as more than just like identifiers. I use them as values. Like the big one is like when I use them as in bit fields, like I'm using bit flags. Like you would assign like this, like, this is flag 1, and then like the next bit over, and then you can OR those. If I tried to like OR these, you can't do it in C++. Like, you can't do this in C++ enum classes. Like, what is the combined state? I don't know. Because you need to overload the operator OR. But yeah. Enum class just lets me like call it state, but treat it as an enum. So it's just syntax sugar around a type def. Let's see. I'm gonna be back in 1 second. All right, I'm back. So now I have to do block definitions. Because we need a way of actually like making blocks unique. So let's do that somewhere. Trying to think how I want to structure this. Well, I know eventually I'm going to load these from a file, so I guess it doesn't matter that much how they work now. There is a repo for it. The one that's on there, I think it's in the description somewhere. You should be able to find it. That's like an old version of it. I haven't updated the repo, the public one, in a while. I'm gonna probably get around to that this week sometime. But yeah, I'm not really developing the engine to be like a public engine, but the source code's out there to look at or use. I don't really care what people do with it. I'm just not making a public engine because I don't really have the time or bandwidth to actually like maintain that. So okay. Let's see. When people name drop me like this, I don't know if I know you in real life or something. I don't know names. Or if you're just saying my name. That's always fun. All right. This should be up here. So basically all of this. Oh yeah, this? Yeah, this is kind of stupid. I'll be honest. So basically, maybe I shouldn't do this, but I'll explain what's happening. So this is called placement new, and this is a C++ feature which lets you explicitly call the constructor for a thing at a given memory location. So yeah, C doesn't have this, but in C++ you have constructors and destructors. And for a while I didn't use them because I don't know, constructors and destructors can really get kind of, you can get carried away with them. Maybe I did here a little bit. But you can like have a constructor and you have a destructor. The destructor you have with this syntax, so like block attributes. And then you can like have some code here that does something. But in C++, you can explicitly call the destructor for something by just like doing like, I don't know, this dot, destructor. Yeah, essentially. Like you can do this. So this is like the syntax for explicitly calling the destructor on like a thing. But C++, you can't do this. This isn't like valid syntax. So at some point or another, they decided to add placement new, which is basically allows you to call a constructor at a given location. And since I want this to be default initialized in this like situation, because like there's a lot of properties here, but this function is only going to like set a few of them. Yeah. This is like an explicit constructor where I'm only setting like the ID and the name and the sprite rather than all the other stuff. But I still want all the other stuff to have some default value. So I'm just like default constructing it into itself. And that will ensure that the constructor runs. So yeah, it's questionable, but it works. So I'm rolling with it. I do that in a few places actually throughout my code base. The alternative, and I started to write this, and I decided not to. Like otherwise, you could just have like an init function here, but then you have to like fill out an init function to basically do all of this. Yeah. Yeah, that's one of the big downsides with constructors. And that's why like in my engine, I don't use, so like in C++, there's like the RAII memory allocation strategy. Where like you allocate memory in the constructor and then you free it in the destructor. And that's like how all the standard library functions work, or standard library containers. Like you have like the vector and you just like create it by doing like vector, standard vector. And it like just initializes itself once it enters scope. I don't like that because like memory allocations can fail, like malloc can fail. And if it fails and you're in a constructor, it's like you can't get an error code from that. So like in my engine, I actually don't use anything from the standard library because I don't like it doing that without me knowing. But yeah, since constructors can't have return values, they added exceptions to C++. Yeah, so like they had to add exceptions because constructors can't return. Yeah, so you can catch the error by catching like the exception that the constructor will throw at you. And I don't like exceptions as a way of handling errors. I just don't think it's a good way of doing it. It just like really clutters up your code if you have just exceptions everywhere and you're like constantly worried about like catching something that's thrown by who knows what. I don't think performance is actually the big deal with try-catch. I think it's more just like a philosophical debate about how you want to do error handling. I'm sure there is some performance overhead, but I don't know. Let's see. So we need like a list of these things. It's getting cold in here. I just realized I've been streaming for like 6.5 hours too. It's crazy. Yeah, it's like you just put a try catch at the very top of your application. Like I've thought about this a bit, and I don't know, I can see both sides of like the argument about error handling. The way I handle errors is just like, I think most errors that are actually critical just aren't really recoverable. So like when those errors do happen, basically the only thing a try-catch block gives you is like an ability to like log the error and maybe like dump state so you can debug it. Because otherwise it's like most other errors that you encounter, it's like you don't need try-catch to like resolve them. It's like, I don't know. Return codes work very well, I think. So I'm not sure why they, I don't know. I think the only reasonable justification for having them in C++ is because of the constructor problem. So let's see. That's really zoomed in. For like sprites, or what do you mean? Just in general? It does have a sprite badge, if that's what you're talking about. Yeah, it has a built-in sprite badge. For like more complicated things like 3D rendering, the engine doesn't do anything for that. It would be kind of up to me to write that for the like the game itself that needs it. But I have a built-in sprite batch because I use it for like drawing text and stuff. I say sprite batch, it's basically just like drawing quads to the screen. Let's see. I'm gonna make sure this thing always gets an ID actually. Otherwise that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I have a layer that can swap between them. So on Windows, I use DirectX 11 and OpenGL. I have a few others listed in this dropdown, but I haven't actually implemented them yet. But the renderer is like abstract, so it doesn't actually, at least the game code doesn't talk directly to the APIs. There's kind of an indirection layer. It's kind of an evolving project though, because there's just a lot to support with that. All right, I think that's fine. Yeah, I can show it. Yeah, so let me just show that in a second. So I can like pull out the voxel game. So this is just a little demo project I have. And I made this when I was working on the graphics actually. It's just a little voxel renderer, nothing too complicated. But here it is with the DirectX backend. And then if I switch over to the OpenGL one, oops. Yeah, so here it is with OpenGL. And so the shadows don't work right now. And there's actually a bug with the shaders where the shadow shader doesn't work in OpenGL for some reason. I just haven't figured out. I haven't looked into it yet. But I can like render dock this just so you can kind of see the difference. Oops. Let's get like a capture here. And I don't know if I can make this UI bigger, can I? View. Okay, you can't really, maybe I can full screen this. Yeah, so like these are all like GL calls because it's using the OpenGL renderer. Obviously that's not the exciting part. So the actual like abstraction layer takes place in the graphics module. So basically I have this file that, like this GFX header file, source file. So this is like kind of the forward-facing API that the game uses. So it's all in this like namespace GFX. And it sort of supplies like a standard set of things that you need to do, like you would need from a graphics API. So like here are like settings for like the raster state, and like setting the fill mode and the culling and scissor. And down here somewhere there's like, or up here somewhere. Oh, here we go. Here's like render targets. So like creating a render targets and releasing them. And there's like vertex buffer stuff in here, so you can create vertex buffers and index buffers. And then there's shader binding in here somewhere. But basically it's like the front end. And then the back end, so right now I only have OpenGL and DirectX 11. So it just like implements these functions with like, so like here's like DirectX 11 for creating a, or let's go to like the creating of one. Yeah, so here's like how DirectX initializes a 2D render target. So it like sets up a color resource and does all of this. And then like in OpenGL, if I'm compiling with OpenGL, it does it through, you know, the OpenGL API. And yeah, so like right in my engine, I have it so it's just compiled in. So like you can't switch them at runtime. It's kind of like baked into the executable. So like in my little plugin here for VS Code, I have a little drop down where I can just switch between them. And that's because, and I kind of did that because realistically, I'm only going to really use like DirectX on Windows, Vulkan on Linux whenever I get Vulkan implemented, and then I'll do Metal when I'm running on like macOS or Apple hardware. So it's just not likely that I'm ever actually going to be like switching between them at runtime. And then for the shaders, so this is kind of interesting. Let's go to, let's see. One of these projects has shaders. Yeah, basically. It just swaps out which file gets compiled. So like if I have DirectX 11 selected, it will just, it'll compile that DirectX 11 backend source file. And then if I have OpenGL selected, it'll generate the OpenGL source file. Yeah, so here's like a little graphics test project as well, just showing random things that need to be rendered. So like here's like some wiggling something or another. So that was DirectX 11. If I go to OpenGL, cross my fingers that this works. Yeah, so here's like the same exact thing, but running OpenGL. And the kind of tricky part with supporting multiple graphics backends is the shader languages and just like working with shaders in general. Because like DirectX, OpenGL, and Metal, they all have their own shading language. So like I was getting annoyed that I had to like keep making 3 copies of a shader every time I wrote one. So what I did, slightly overkill, I think. Yeah, I have thought about it. I haven't implemented the graphics APIs that actually like can use that, so I haven't used that yet. So what I did to solve this problem for my engine is, let's pull out this project. Which one is it? This one. Is I wrote my own little shader language. So this is like a common shader language. And it's kind of inspired by HLSL, but it's just like a vertex shader, a fragment shader. And then like, here's like you set up a constant buffer for like shader uniforms and like textures for, you know, binding textures. So this is like the shader that you write. And then when I build the game, like actually like compile it, let's go to here. So like when I'm running OpenGL, it'll translate that shader into a GLSL shader. And then like if I change this to DirectX, and hit run, this file disappears, and then here's the HLSL shader. And then it also generates a bunch of sort of boilerplate code that the graphics system needs. So there's like some stuff in here about like binding, basically binding uniforms, like how do you bind them? Some stuff on like generating vertex buffers. Yeah, pretty much. It's kind of like, I'm honestly not super happy with it because it's maybe a little overkill, but it was really satisfying getting that to work, because it's I don't know, it's nice having to only write one shader and it just works. But yeah, I still need to do the other graphics APIs, so I'm probably going to come in and change a lot of this stuff, especially like when I do Vulkan. Kind of scared to start Vulkan. Let's go back to this one. Yeah, I'm not even on DirectX 12 yet. Okay, let's go back to this project. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, I just kind of do it, I guess. I don't know. It's such a bad, I have like a horrible answer for this. It's just like stuff I've like acquired over time too. Because, so like for some context, my previous job was in a AAA company. So I was actually a graphics engineer at a AAA game company. So like a lot of this stuff, I was just kind of inspired by the engine they had. So like I kind of like came in, I didn't really know any of this architecture. And then like I basically saw how it's done in like a real setting. So that at least like planted the seed that, okay, this is like kind of how you do this. And then, yeah, I just kind of make my own stuff and see what happens. Man, it's like so cold in my room right now. Alright, so let's like... So anyway, the idea with this little block thing I'm doing right now is I have this block attributes structure. Yeah, so I just work at a company outside of the games industry. I kind of do the same thing, just not on games. So I was doing graphics for the game company, and now I do graphics for a company that doesn't make games; they just make software. Yeah. Working in the AAA was an interesting experience. It's kind of fascinating seeing how like big game companies actually operate day to day. But honestly, I don't think it was really for me. I think my problem with the game companies is like I felt like really siloed in doing just like one thing, because I was like hired as a graphics engineer. So basically all my work was like just in graphics, just in this part of like the game engine. Whereas like the stuff I like to program is more broad than that. Like I can do graphics programming, obviously, but like I don't want to just like always be doing graphics programming. Like I like solving other problems too. So I was kind of, I don't know, maybe getting a bit fed up from that. I don't know if that's the right word, but what is causing an error here? Yeah, that's also that's a big thing too. It's a lot less stressful as well, I think. And the other upside is I work from home now, so that wasn't the case before. So that's like a big quality of life improvement. Because before I was driving like 40 minutes each day one way just to get to work, and it was not very fun. That gets old really quick. I know it's a first world problem, but still. Oops, keep that there. Something isn't happy here. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. It's a good chat. I might be ending the stream soon, actually, anyway. I've been going for a while, and I need to eat. But I'm going to try and finish this really quick, and then we'll see. So, let's see. I actually got a lot done today. It's kind of surprising. how many of these? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Alright, so now I just need to make these initialize start. All right, so now it's actually using the table to get the sprite rather than just hard-coded in, which is nice. And what else should I do? Yeah, so next time I'm gonna have to clean up a lot of this stuff. Yeah, it's a fun. Yeah. It's a fun project. It's definitely yeah, I've seen Thin Matrix and Cherno as well. Thin Matrix is an OG, honestly. It's been around a long time. I wonder what he's up to nowadays. I haven't checked in on him lately. Why is this not happy with me? Oh, it's because of the semicolon. No, it's not because of the semicolon. Yeah, it actually sounds how tough is that? Writing the client. All right, let's think. Trying to think what else I can do easily here within the next like 15 minutes before I head out. I'm getting really hungry. Yeah. Yeah, I actually love C++. I kind of bash on some of the newer stuff it has, but it's like, I like the language overall. What's great about C++ is you can like choose not to use the things you don't like. You're not like always forced into like using all the stuff that, I don't know. Like you can really make it your own language in a lot of ways. All right, let's see. Let's add a new block type. Let's add I don't know, what else do I have here? Let's add trees. Why not? Let's add trees. Wood, logs. I can't end the day without having trees. And I need leaves. So let's get those in. Log and leaves. What's the issue? I love these big, juicy compilation errors. Oh yeah, this is plural. Logs. Nope, not plural. Hello. How's it going? Let's see. Block dirt. Identifier not found. Did I delete dirt on accident? No, it's still there. Leaves. Log. Slate. What's the problem? Is this fake? Oh, it's not fake. Oh, it doesn't. Yeah, I don't know what dirt is in this location, of course. Okay. Let's have a function that generates trees. And we need this. Surface Y1. I guess if surface is less than that and surface is greater than that, we generate it at the surface. So let's generate the trunk first. And we randomize a height value. Height equals random integer between, I don't know, 4 and 7. That's gonna be our height range. So if it's between that, let's think. let's actually. So if the block is outside of range, then we just want to skip it. Otherwise, we do that. Okay, there should have been trees at that point, or should have been trunks at the very least. So let me see if it's even doing this. Yeah, it's not even doing this. Is it because these are failing? No, it's because this is failing. Oh, it should be this. Should it not? Yeah, here we go. Here are some trees. They're not spawning in the correct location though. They're a couple blocks off for some reason. It's weird how these are getting cut off. Let's see. I think I see the issue already though. I mean to fully delete that. Oops. Let's keep this in here then for now. Let's add the little leaf part though while we're at it. It's a very gross line of code. Let's see, does that still work? TX. Yeah, so now these should be like normalized to the, or made like relative to the chunk itself. Nope, not quite. Let's make sure I'm not writing out of memory here. Yeah, I am. I'm not. I should be passing absolute positions to these. So X, and this is surface. Yeah, so those are absolute. And then and then let's see. I've busted my tree rendering. X, Y. I guess I don't need to do this with Y, do I? There we go. There are trees that actually stick to the ground. And now to do the leaves. So we just have to do something like... Yeah, still going. I'm about to get off though. I'm just determined to finish this little tree thing first. I'm making leaves on the trees. And then I'm gonna want to do grass, and then, you know, 4 more hours goes by. Alright, the trees look a little stupid. Let's make the height a bit bigger. 7 to like 9. Yeah, there we go. We have trees now. They cut off at the chunk boundaries, so the joys. All right, but I'm gonna call the stream here. Thanks everyone for watching. I'll try to stream more frequently. I'm not sure what this week looks like though, so we'll see. But if I do stream, it'll probably be around the same time as this evening. So yeah, thanks everyone for stopping by. Have a good night.